As beings on this particular planet who have attained the state of human rebirth, this precious human body with all of the opportunity and freedom that it provides us with, we are, as it were, at a frontier or border, in that we have the choice to either use that potential to attain to higher states of rebirth and enlightenment, or we can continue to wander in the cycle of samsara, and the mind will be drawn to lower states of rebirth and further confusion and suffering. We're on that pivotal point, or that borderline right now, between up and down. Buddhahood is the attainment of such a state of enlightenment that there is omniscience, that there is the ability to be aware of and to see every aspect of reality. And so when the Buddha Shakyamuni described the different realms of existence in the cycle of rebirth, the Buddha was speaking from this state of omniscience in describing 6 basic realms of samsaric existence. 3 of these are lower states: the hells, the preta realms, or that of tormented spirits, and the animal realm. And the other 3 are relatively superior states of rebirth: the human birth and the realm of gods and demigods. Therefore, as human beings, we are enjoying a superior state of rebirth, by and large quite a favorable and superior state when compared to the others. What kind of circumstances bring about the human rebirth? In general, we could say that on a collective level or general level, we all share a certain virtuous karma, positive karma, which is established and reinforced through the 10 kinds of virtuous activity. That in previous lifetimes this was the case, which brings us all to this particular realm as human beings. Now that is our collective karma, the karma that we share in general. However, there are also elements of negative karma in the makeup of each and every one of us, in some cases more, in some cases less. So that we can say that while we are all generally speaking human beings, and that there are many human beings in this realm, there are many different qualities of human beings and many different ways in which human beings experience the human realm. Some of them far more favorable and positive than others. And the difference between these positive and negative states of a really fortunate human existence or a really inferior or unfortunate state of human existence all depends upon this positive and negative karmic makeup. Perhaps we could distinguish human beings on 3 levels. The most excellent kind of human existence, a mediocre kind or intermediate kind, and an inferior kind. Now this classification would be from the point of view of how much use that person is making of the human potential. There are many people who are, quite frankly, evil. They have no interest in spiritual teachings, such as the teachings of Dharma. Not only do they have no interest, sometimes they are out and out opposed to these things. They hate these kind of teachings. And their life is spent in very evil kinds of activity, which is harmful to themselves and harmful to others. Now the reason that that is an inferior kind of human birth is because all the opportunity is being wasted. The only future, the only destiny for the mind of that kind of individual is some very low state of future rebirth, in great suffering and great confusion. The mind will continue to wander in the cycle of samsara, the cycle of rebirth. There's no escape for that kind of mind, as long as that kind of activity goes on. Which means that from the point of view of spiritual development, the human existence has been wasted. It's an inferior way to live as a human being. Now, the vast majority of people live in a very mediocre way, which means that while they have this potential for attaining enlightenment in being human, they make no use of it. They're not particularly bad people, but they're not particularly good people either. They don't do anything that's really worthwhile one way or the other. And their life just passes in a mediocre way. And the result, not surprising, is mediocre. The rebirth that the mind takes is not a particularly good one, it's not a particularly bad one. Nothing can be said about it on any level at all. It's neither good nor bad, it's just mediocre, nothing has happened. Now on the other hand, there are people who realize the potential of the human birth and understand that in being human, one could, if one wanted, attain to complete enlightenment. One could achieve that enlightenment not only for oneself but for the benefit of all beings. These are the kind of people who are motivated to spiritual teachings, such as the teachings of Dharma, who are motivated to the practice of those teachings, and they are really making the most excellent use of their human potential. That's what we mean when we say a really excellent or a really precious human birth. Someone who is aware of that potential and is making use of it. Every one of you who has come here is experiencing this most precious or most excellent kind of human existence, with all of the opportunity and freedom that affords you. This is something which is evident simply by your faith in or interest in something like the teachings of Buddha Dharma. What does it mean to be a Buddhist, to be someone who follows the teachings of Lord Buddha? What the Lord Buddha attained to and what Buddhahood signifies is the complete elimination from the mind of all of the ignorance, of all of the confusion, of all of the emotional conflict, of all of the negativity, everything that is obscuring the true nature of mind. And with the elimination of all of that, the true nature of mind can simply express itself without any limitation, without any hindering factor. And this is basically what Buddhahood is, what the goal of Buddhism is. This elimination and unfolding. Elimination of the negative and the hindering and the limiting factors in the mind, and the unfolding of what is inherently there. The incredible potential, the incredible qualities of mind. That is what the Buddha attained to, and that is what a Buddhist is striving to attain. These teachings of Buddhism are referred to by the Tibetans as the inner teachings, because we could think of our psychophysical makeup as having an outer level of the physical body and the physical world that we relate to, and an inner level, which is the mind itself. And the teachings of Buddhism focus principally on the mind within, and the discovery of that nature of that mind. Therefore, in following the teachings of Lord Buddha, one is following these inner teachings. And this is why the Tibetans refer to them in this way, the Buddhist teachings which deal on the inward level, or the inner level. Traditionally, the texts of the Buddha Dharma speak of this precious human existence as having different kinds of freedom, 8 different kinds of freedom and 10 different kinds of opportunities. It would take a rather long time at this point to go into all of these. Suffice it to say that because all of you are educated people, you can go to the texts themselves and study this in more depth. One standard work which deals with this is the Jewel Ornament of Liberation by Gampopa, which has been translated into English and no doubt into other Western languages as well. And anyone who wants to study more about the actual qualities that make up the precious human existence should look to these texts. The important point is that in having attained to this state of rebirth, one should make use of it. one needs to practice some spiritual discipline that can really help one to fulfill the human potential. And it is that practice of Dharma, then, that can only take place within the context of the precious human birth. That is most significant. That is what one really must pay attention to and one really must do. Because it's just as the Buddhist master of India, Shantideva, said in one of his texts, when he said, having once obtained this opportunity, which is so difficult to come by, if one does not make use of it in the moment, does not make use of it while this opportunity exists, how can one ever hope to have that kind of opportunity in the future? The fact is that while we have now attained to this state of precious human existence, we cannot be guaranteed that this will always be the case in future states of rebirth. In fact, it will be something very rare. And if we don't make use of this opportunity that we have now, we may never get another chance. It may be that rare. Basically, the way in which we behave, or the way in which we act in this world, is either physically, verbally, or mentally, or some combination of these. Whether we are talking about negative actions and negative karmic tendencies being reinforced, or whether we're talking about positive actions and positive karmic tendencies, we're speaking about physical, verbal, and mental actions which reinforce those positive or negative tendencies. Now, one really important part of one's practice is a conviction in the karmic process, a real belief in the fact that there is this causality between one's actions and one's experience. The actions that one commits as the cause, leading to states of experience as the result. Once one has that kind of conviction, one has a basis for making a moral choice in one's life between what constitutes a good action, a correct action, and what constitutes a negative or harmful action. Then one has a basis to work from, so that is quite important. Understanding the karmic process gives one that key to choosing one's course of action. Speaking particularly about the practice of Buddhism as one's spiritual path, the first step in this practice is the taking of the vow of refuge, and one continues to take refuge from that point on as the foundation for one's path. It really goes without saying that this is absolutely essential, because the essence of the vow of refuge is one's faith and confidence in the three jewels, in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. If one has no faith in the Buddha as a teacher, or Buddhahood as a spiritual goal in the first place, one is not going to have any confidence in the teachings that such a Buddha gave. And without that kind of faith and confidence in those teachings, without that trust, one is not going to try to practice them. And even if one does, one's not going to get very far. It's not going to benefit one very much at all. So it goes without saying that one has that faith and confidence, that trust in the three jewels as that source of blessing and benefit for one. That is what is known as the vow of refuge. However, it's entirely appropriate to have faith in Buddha, for example. One certainly couldn't hope for anything more exalted to put one's faith in, one's confidence in. To consider the different aspects of enlightenment, of enlightened being, Buddhahood, is to understand that, for example, even on the physical level, the physical form of a completely enlightened being is marked by 112 different marks of perfection, major and minor, which distinguish it from an ordinary human form or even the form of a god. The speech of a fully enlightened being is endowed with 60 qualities, which make it a vehicle for absolutely perfect spiritual communication. And the mind of such a being is endowed with 32 different qualities and aspects which distinguish it from an ordinary unenlightened being's consciousness. It is in this wealth of qualities and this wealth of potential that one puts one's faith when one says one takes refuge in Buddha. This then is the jewel of Buddha, the first of the three jewels. The second of these is the jewel of Dharma. And this refers to the wealth of teachings that the Buddha Shakyamuni gave from this state of omniscience and awareness of the emotional confusion of the beings that he was teaching. And in order to benefit the beings who were experiencing this incredibly complex state of confusion, the Buddha gave a very complex and very vast and profound system of teachings. Traditionally, the texts refer to 84,000 collections of teachings which were a response to the 84,000 states of emotional confusion that unenlightened beings can suffer from. It is this path of the teachings to eliminate that confusion and attain enlightenment that is the jewel of the Dharma. And so, when one takes refuge in the Dharma, one is taking refuge in that second jewel of the teachings. The third jewel is that of the Sangha, which has two aspects. There is an ordinary aspect of ordinary human individuals who practice the teachings and experience at least some of the truth of the teachings for themselves, and in turn act as guides and advisors for others. This is one aspect of the Sangha. The other aspect is a more exalted aspect and refers to those beings who, through their practice, attain to very high levels of realization, from the first to the 10th level of Bodhisattva realization, first to 10th Bhumi. These beings collectively are referred to as the noble or exalted Sangha. And so in taking refuge in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, one is taking refuge in these spiritual principles, which is something, which is an act that opens one to a great deal of benefit, while at the same time it poses no danger or stricture at all, no difficulty at all for the person who is taking refuge. The three jewels then represent this source of compassion and blessing, which we could only think of as something like a maternal concern, the same way a mother is concerned for her only child. But this source of blessing and compassion extends to all beings. It is not something selective. It is simply there to be experienced. We could compare it to a hook. And all that is necessary is the opening of faith and trust in the mind of the practitioner, which is like a ring. and then the connection is made. Without that opening, without that trust, then that connection cannot be made. And so, in taking the vow of refuge and in continuing to take refuge with this attitude of faith and trust, one is making that connection. One is opening oneself to that source of blessing and benefit, which is not something that is only felt in the short term with regard to the suffering and pain and problems that one encounters in this life. It is also something which guards the mind against falling into lower states of rebirth, draws the mind towards superior states of rebirth, and ultimately to the attainment of complete enlightenment. So the benefits from a personal point of view of actually creating that opening in one's mind are really quite incredible and can be understood on a number of levels, short-term and long-term. Another aspect of taking refuge in the Three Jewels with this attitude of faith and trust is the fact that this poses no difficulty or stricture or danger to the person at all. It is not something that is explicitly or implicitly part of taking refuge, that one can no longer perform a certain kind of activity in the world. One's ordinary worldly activity or work is not something which is any concern in taking refuge. Only this faith and trust is what is the point. It is also not the case that one is denied access to other spiritual traditions or that one is expected to reject them. There are many traditions of spiritual teachings in this world, many religions. The Buddha said that all of these could be considered the activity of enlightened being, of Buddhahood, expressing itself in different circumstances for different purposes in order to meet different needs. This is something which Buddhists accept, that all religions are valid in their own context, and that there is no requirement in taking refuge to therefore deny the truth of other spiritual teachings and to say only this is right, all the rest are wrong, and to have nothing to do with them. That is not the case at all. If one has taken refuge, it is still perfectly appropriate to have faith in another religious system and even to practice another religious system, understanding that there is this identity of purpose between one religion and another. So there is no difficulty or stricture imposed upon the person at the level of taking refuge. It simply is not part of that consideration. The only thing that is whether or not this person has that faith and trust in the Three Jewels. The particular circumstances in the world at present have caused a great spread of the Buddha Dharma in countries that were traditionally not Buddhist. And we see this actually happening all over the world today. Particularly in 3 countries, the response seems to have been particularly overwhelming. In America, in France, and in Germany. There has been this response on people's parts to the teachings when the teachings have come to these countries. It's important to remember when we speak of Tibetan Buddhism that it wasn't something that some clever Tibetan Lama made up at one point and presented as Buddhism. What we're speaking about is the authentic tradition of teachings that date back to the Lord Buddha Shakyamuni in India, who appeared among human beings as the fully enlightened Nirmanakaya and spent his entire life working for the benefit of beings, presenting this vast system of teachings, both sutra and tantra traditions, in order to liberate beings from that confusion. And it is that authentic mainstream transmission of Buddhism as it first appeared in India that was received and maintained by the Tibetan people. When the teachings of Buddhism first appeared in India, Tibet was not a particularly spiritual country at all, quite the opposite. It was a very barbaric country. Barbaric in the sense that the people were very little progressed above the level of animals. An animal like an elephant or a horse or a cow knows how to eat, it knows how to drink, it knows how to sleep, it knows how to take care of its basic needs, but it doesn't think of anything beyond that. It never thinks of karma, it never thinks of previous existences and future existences, it never thinks of attaining enlightenment for the sake of all beings. It doesn't have that kind of sensitivity. Neither did the Tibetans at one point. They were more or less spiritual barbarians. Now, at a certain point, a process began of bringing these spiritual values to the Tibetan people and infusing their culture with those spiritual values. This took place over a long period of time due to the efforts of a number of individuals. Some of these were enlightened rulers and kings among the Tibetan people who are accepted as having been incarnate bodhisattvas, appearing among these beast-like people to try and spread spiritual teachings and values among them. Some of these people were Tibetans who were trained as scholars and translators and sent to India to study Buddhism there and to bring texts back. And some of the people were masters and scholars of the Indian Buddhist tradition who were invited to Tibet and who worked with these scholars and translators in a slow process of assimilation. In this way, the whole wealth of the Buddhist teachings was gradually able to be brought to Tibet and to be firmly established in the Tibetan culture, at which point Tibet became a culture with spiritual values, whereas before there had not been these. Due to these teachings coming to Tibet, individuals such as Milarepa were able to attain to complete enlightenment in a single lifetime. Milarepa was not alone in being the only one. The number of people who attained to significant states of realization and enlightenment through these teachings are truly uncountable. People also became very learned and scholarly in the various secular and spiritual sciences of the Buddhist tradition, figures such as Sakya Pandita and others. And there were teachers such as the great Tsongkhapa, Losang Drapa, people who embodied the ideal of spiritual practice from the point of view of the three yanas, Hinayana, Mahayana, and Vajrayana, where the Hinayana element is the discipline and control in one's personal lifestyle and one's outward actions. The Mahayana element is the inner level of motivation and altruistic concern. And the secret level of one's experience is the experience generated through tantric practice. And so in this way, the entire wealth of the Buddha's teachings was able to establish itself in the land of the Tibetan people to provide this wealth, this abundance of spiritual teachings that people could draw upon. People such as Milarepa, such as Sakyapandita, such as the great Tsongkhapa. At a certain point in recent time, certain circumstances developed which, on the one hand, indicated a deteriorating merit for the people in the region of Tibet, which on the other hand indicated an increasing merit and sensitivity of people in the West. And due to the political circumstances and so forth that were obstacles to the spread of the teaching, the Tibetan Buddhist tradition was forced to flee from its homeland. It was forced into exile with the military occupation of Tibet. And led by such teachers as His Holiness the Dalai Lama, His Holiness the Gyalwa Karmapa, His Holiness Dujim Rinpoche, and His Holiness Sakya Trizing Rinpoche, many lamas and incarnate teachers were able to leave Tibet and seek freedom for their spiritual practice and their teaching activities in countries such as Nepal and India, in borderlands around the Tibetan region. In order to account for the subsequent spread of the teachings of Buddhism throughout the West, one of the most significant levels that we could look upon is the karmic level. To understand that not only is there for the time being in the West, a general collective merit which results from virtuous karmic tendencies from previous lifetimes, but there is obviously some kind of karmic connection with the Buddha Dharma as well, which is manifesting again in this life, and people are coming into contact again with this connection, with the three jewels. Now as well, we cannot overlook the influence of the Christian tradition in Western society, because the Christian tradition has given truly incredible richness to Western civilization. It has imbued it with concepts such as faith, faith in God in the case of Christianity, but this quality of faith and trust as a basis for spiritual development. It has given the basis for compassion and humanitarian and altruistic motivation. It has given concepts of morality and discipline. It has given concepts of generosity and charity and so forth. So many of the fundamental values of Christianity are equally valuable to Buddhism, that we're looking at, in many cases, the same thing in two different forms. There is such a similarity that it seems like an identity. And this is something else that has been very helpful for the spread of Buddhism in the West, because people's minds are already open to these concepts. And finally, of course, there is the fact that the general level of education and sophistication in the West is quite high compared to other parts of the world. People in these countries in the modern West are better educated. They know more about the world they live in, and they're more intelligent and more capable of making decisions on information that they receive. So when they encounter a teaching such as Buddhism, in many cases they're quite impressed that they see something that describes in such detail the basis for the spiritual path, our point of view as unenlightened beings, the path itself, and the result to which that path leads. Not something that seems to be just a fairy story, but something that can actually be validated, something that can actually be proved in one's own experience. And this is impressive. This is something that people are intelligent enough to perceive the profundity of. And they understand that they are in contact with something really beneficial. And that is another reason that has brought them to Buddhism. During this time that we're here at the center, our main concern in the teachings that will be going on in the practice and so forth will be the phases of meditation known as shamatha and vipassana in Sanskrit, or shine and patong in Tibetan, tranquility of mind and insight into the nature of mind. And we'll be dealing as well with the Mahamudra approach and the Mahamudra experience to a certain extent. Now, it's important to understand that in any approach in spiritual practice or in meditation, any particular technique requires an understanding of the nature of mind itself to be really effective. Because it is the mind which is experiencing this process of meditation, it is this mind which is experiencing the spiritual exercise. And the more one understands about the nature of mind itself with which one is working, the more effective one's practice is going to be. If one doesn't have that basic understanding, then it's like going out and picking the leaves from other people's trees instead of cultivating one's own tree. If one takes care of the root and the trunk of the tree, then the leaves take care of themselves, and one doesn't have to go looking elsewhere for them. One's got the fundamental things solid. One has the basis. It is said that the most fundamental aspect of the Buddha's Shakyamuni's teachings is that of karma, the karmic process. But even more fundamental than that is this understanding of the nature of mind. Without that understanding of the nature of mind, it is really difficult to have any conviction that the karmic process is actually the way things work. It is very difficult to validate to oneself the truth of karma without that understanding of the nature of the mind which experiences the karma. So even on that level, this understanding is very beneficial on a theoretical level and also on a very practical level in meditation.
that won't call this. That we so many corner candy says, say corona, that's same as there's a that the same as much in the television.
When we are speaking of the concept of samsara, the cycle of rebirth, the cycle of conditioned existence, we can interpret this term on several levels. There is an outer or general sense to the word samsara, which refers to this cycle of rebirth involving the various states of higher and lower rebirth, which result from positive and negative actions and positive and negative karma, and the continual process of the mind taking rebirth in one or the other of these six in a continual cycle without end. Now that's the outer aspect of samsara. There is also an inner aspect which is described in terms of 12 links, which are termed the 12 nidanas. The 12 links of interdependent causality, beginning with fundamental ignorance in the mind, which leads to karmic formations, which develops into the dualism of self and other, which develops into a sensory structure of the mind experiencing various phenomena in various ways through the senses, which of course results in contact between the mind and the perceived object, which results in a sensation, which results in an attraction or a grasping at that sensation. And the grasping results in a kind of will on the part of the mind to become, to take birth, which results in the physical birth process as a mind in a physical body, which of course entails the aging process, the dying process, and death itself, which brings the mind back to square one, back to the fundamental ignorance, which was the source of the process in the first place. So either one is looking at samsara on an outer level, or one's looking at it on this inner level of lifetime to lifetime. But in any case, one's looking at these closed circuits of conditioned existence or unenlightened existence. But the point is that regardless of the level you're talking about, it is the mind that is experiencing all of these. And so it would seem to be quite worthwhile learning something about the nature of that mind that's doing all that experiencing, that is experiencing all those different levels of samsara.
Meki komban şarap bu çatmana bana o çabuk kaldı commercial nasıl yapabiliriz? Commercial ne bana mum ne hava uçatırız. Bettina sen ama vatan kapçana. Pento yok benim aslında kavarız. Bettina sosu sen de sosu ha şey bakarız. 앞에 타제나 담 사지 두 사지레스 더 본보는 좀 다시 인도에서 말이지 다시 인도에 말아서 산수 말이지 저는 다다 선제 쩌는 좀 다시 먹고 이거는 찹스 말이지 저 말아서 노아를 또 선제 타지기가를 선제를 저 다시 인도에 말아서 순화를 요하는 진짜 하고 그러지.
All of us are in the same situation. We have this thing that we experience that we call our mind. We have this vague understanding of, oh yes, I have a mind, my mind. But we've never really looked to see what that mind is or is not, to really understand the nature of that mind and to directly experience the nature of that mind that we're all so familiar with. As long as one doesn't have that kind of understanding, then one runs into all kinds of problems. This is where the trouble starts, that lack of direct experience. Even in the case of meditation practice, if one's practicing meditation without that basic understanding, then one's meditation is going to be very limited in its ability to benefit one. It's like someone who's sitting in a room that's very cold and they decide they want to warm things up, so they go outside and build a fire. Well, that's fine if you're outside, but it's not going to help inside the room. You're not looking in the right place. You're not doing the right thing in the situation. Someone who doesn't have that inner realization when they're working in meditation is busy looking somewhere else for what in fact is inherent in the nature of their minds. In this text which Gampopa wrote, which has been translated into English as the Jewel Ornament of Liberation, there are 6 major headings that divide the book in the table of contents. The first of these describes what is called Tathagata Garbha, the Buddha nature, the nature of mind itself as the causal factor, the potential for enlightenment. In another place, in another sutra rather, the Buddha said at one point, this Tathagata Garbha, this Buddha nature, pervades each and every living thing. It is the fundamental nature of mind itself. And it is that with which one is working in meditation. It is that which is experiencing any of the states of experience that we go through. And an understanding of that Tathagata Garbha, that nature of mind itself, will be extremely helpful in any situation, whether it's formal meditation practice or any ordinary activity or experience. When we speak about mind, we're speaking about that which conceives of I when we say, I am happy, I am sad. We're speaking about that which experiences the happiness or the sadness, which experiences any thought or emotion or sensation that arises at all. We're not looking anywhere other than there for mind. But what exactly are we describing when we speak about mind itself rather than its contents, the particular thought or the particular emotion? What about the mind itself that is thinking that thought? Then we are talking about something that is essentially empty or intangible. It has no limiting characteristics at all that we can use to describe it. It has no form, it has no color, it has no shape or size or location at all. Mind itself does not behave according to those properties. And to give this a name, we say that it is essentially empty. This is the particular terminology we use. But we can't stop there and simply say mind is empty like space, because there's obviously something more going on. Mind exhibits a kind of clarity or luminosity. Not the luminosity that we think of when we think of the sunlight or moonlight or the light from an electric bulb or from a candle. Not a visual sense of luminosity. Mind is luminous or clear in the sense that it has the potential to experience anything. The fact that any thought or emotion or experience could arise in the mind and can arise in the mind is its luminosity, its luminous nature. And that isn't enough yet. We haven't completely described the nature of mind as accurately as we are able to with the limitations of language. We need to also understand that mind not only can manifest, but does manifest. It actually does manifest as awareness. Call it cognition, call it intelligence, call it awareness. There is this unobstructed or dynamic quality of mind that is its manifestation. So, when we're discussing the nature of mind itself, we speak of its essential emptiness, of its luminous nature, and of its unimpeded dynamic manifestation as awareness. And then we put that all together and put the label mind on it as a convenient term. But that's the level of our experience that we're talking about when we say mind itself, or the nature of mind. This empty, luminous, dynamic nature of mind is something which is not subject to birth and death. On that level, we're not talking about something that came into being at one point and is going to die at some other point in the future. It always has been the case that there has been this nature of mind. It always will be the case that there will be this nature of mind. In that sense of the word, we can say that mind is eternal and not impermanent. It is permanent in the sense that it has nothing to do with birth and death or change. It just does not behave according to those properties. So, with that definition of the term eternal, we could say that there is something eternal, the nature of mind. The impermanence that we experience, birth and death and change, is a superficial layer of projected appearance in the mind itself. This is not the level of the nature of mind, but of the illusory appearances and projections that the mind experiences on a more superficial level. That is where the impermanence and instability takes place. This nature of mind, this empty, clear, and unimpeded state of awareness is what is termed Tathagata Garbha, Buddha nature, the potential for enlightenment. It holds inherent within it all of the qualities of complete enlightenment. We often hear Buddhahood, complete enlightenment, described from the point of view of what are called the three kayas, or the three bodies, Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. An absolute formless level of experience, a level of pure form, and a level of impermanent physical form, physical manifestation. The essential emptiness of mind, its intangibility, is the source for all of the incredible potential and inherent qualities of the Dharmakaya. The luminous nature of mind holds the key for all of the qualities of the Sambhogakaya. And the dynamic and unobstructed awareness, which is the manifestation of mind, holds all of the wealth of the Nirmanakaya level. So in the nature of mind itself, all of the qualities and aspects of total enlightenment are inherently present as part of the nature of mind.
마통아레스 마통아따로 말 빠사이레스 말 부터가도 동모시 말레스 말을 들어 동모시는 산에 들어 산또 말데 엠바 뭐 말씀은 말을 못 써봐 다 말레스 서로 차는 호화 관심하던 잔잔 다시 얘기 좀 말레스 다시 또 다시 얘기 좀 말하고 맞네 봐서 또 왔으니 그 통화는 거는 다들 봐도 다 이제 봐서 이짠 맞아 가지고 그래서 말을 들어봐도 봐서 들어봐 이신
If we have this Tathagata Garbha, this Buddha nature, this empty, clear, and unimpeded nature of mind, like crystal clear water, pure water, or like the sun shining in the sky, how is it that we're not already enlightened? Why don't we know that? What are the levels of confusion that prevent us, that obscure that experience and prevent us from being enlightened? The first of these levels of confusion is one of fundamental ignorance. There simply is a lack of direct experience. The mind simply does not see itself, does not directly experience its own nature, for whatever reason. That lack of direct experience is ignorance, is unknowing. Given that that is the case, further distortions take place. Instead of there being the direct experience of the emptiness of mind, there is the distortion into something solid, a self or an ego, a subject. And because of the lack of direct experience of the luminous nature of mind, there is the projection of something other. And so the mind has this habitual tendency of experiencing self and other, subject and object, as two entirely separate and independent things, entities. This is something which has always been the case. The mind has always experienced things in this way, and still does. There is a fundamental habit, a reflex on the part of the mind to experience things in terms of self and other, as two separate things. This is another level of confusion known as dualistic clinging, known as habitual tendencies as well in the Buddhist teachings, because the mind has this habit, this habitual tendency to think in terms of I and other, self and other, subject and object. So this is the second level of confusion that we can distinguish beyond the fundamental ignorance. The further distortion into subject and object frame of reference, dualistic frame of reference. Once one already has this situation where the emptiness of mind is experienced instead as a self, as some solid subject, and the luminosity of mind is experienced as something other. Once one already has that dualistic framework, then the dynamic quality of mind, its unimpeded manifestation as awareness, expresses itself as emotional reactions on the part of the subject towards the object. This may be a pleasant experience of attraction or desire for something which is perceived as tempting or as attractive. It may be an experience of aversion or repulsion if something is seen as threatening or disgusting. And there is always a quality of stupidity or dullness as well, because the mind simply is not aware of what is really taking place. The mind is treating everything as though it actually were very real, subject, object, emotion, and failing to see that this is a fundamental distortion of what is really taking place. this empty, clear, and unimpeded nature of mind itself. So these are the primary emotions that we could distinguish: attraction, aversion, and stupidity. Now things don't remain that simple, of course, because from attraction or attachment arises greed or avarice, grasping. From aversion arises paranoia and jealousy. And from stupidity arises pride and arrogance. So where we have 3 primary emotions, immediately there can be 6 primary or radical emotions, which can develop into even more states of complexity. In fact, the texts speak of this development of emotional complexity as, or by considering, for example, that the single pattern or syndrome of attachment can take many forms: attachment to oneself, attachment to something else or someone else, attachment to a form, to a sound, to a smell, to a taste, to a texture. There are many different ways in which that attachment or attraction can express itself. The traditional texts speak of 21,000 kinds of attachment alone, 21,000 kinds of aversion, 21,000 aspects of stupidity, and 21,000 situations in which all 3 of these are working together in some way. There are combinations. So the figure that is arrived at is of 84,000 states of emotional confusion, which means that as unenlightened beings we are one big heap of emotional confusion. And this whole level of emotional confusion is the 3rd level of obscuration in the mind, that of emotional conflict, which clouds or obscures that direct experience of the nature of mind itself. With this emotional confusion as the causal factor, as the basis, we behave in certain ways. We act physically, verbally, and mentally. And we very often behave in very unskillful ways, physically, verbally, and mentally. We take life or steal physically. We tell lies or create injury or discord with our speech. And we create all kinds of negativity with our minds as well. These actions establish and reinforce patterns or tendencies. And this is what is called karma. These tendencies, which are established by actions, give rise to certain experiences in the future. And it is that karmic process, the cause and effect relationship between action and experience, that is or that produces the cycle of samsara. It is all those karmic tendencies working together that produce all of the experiences that we undergo as unenlightened beings in any one of the 6 realms of samsaric being. To try and understand how these different levels of confusion fit together, to try to understand how one is based on the other, we could perhaps take the example of the physical body. Suppose our torso was fundamental ignorance, and the upper arm could correspond to the 2nd level of dualistic clinging, the forearm to the level of emotional confusion, and the wrist and the hand and the fingers to the various karmic tendencies which are established because of that emotional confusion. The point of this example is that each level depends upon the other for its existence. The fact that there is one means that there is the other, supported by that other one. If we ask, how did such a wonderful mind, this empty, clear, and unimpeded nature of mind, end up with all of this stuff? At what point did this set in? We're going to find that a pretty pointless question. It's really not possible to find any point at which this started happening. It always has been happening. As long as there has been a mind, there has been this fundamental ignorance. There has been this dualistic clinging. There has been this emotional confusion. There has been this karma. There always has been all of this stuff, just as there always has been the nature of mind. That's about as clear as we're ever going to get it. The fact that as long as there is mind, there has been this ignorance. We could use an example. We could say it's like gold. As soon as you have pure gold, you have tarnish forming on the surface of the gold. It's just part of the chemical makeup of gold. That the surface of it is tarnishing immediately. The fact that there is gold means that it starts to tarnish, it starts to oxidize. Or we could think of it in a more concrete way. We could think of it by considering the case of a sense organ like the eye. Now the eyes that we're gifted with can see all kinds of things, even very fine details. And the eye can see absolutely everything except itself. And it has never been able to see itself. And is never going to be able to see itself in its present condition. The eye just does not work that way. From our point of view right now, our mind just doesn't work that way. It just does not see itself and never has seen itself. That is the situation we find ourselves in. The purpose of all of the practices, and techniques, and approaches of Buddha Dharma is to eliminate those four levels of confusion and obscuration in the mind. Fundamental ignorance, dualistic clinging, emotional confusion, and karma. With the understanding that once these four have been eliminated, the nature of mind is simply free to express itself, and the incredible potential which is inherent to mind itself will simply manifest at that point. If you clear away the clouds from the sky, the sun shines brilliantly. There's nothing in the way anymore, and it can simply express its inherent potential, its inherent quality of warmth and light without any hindrance, without any obstacle. When we speak in describing the path to enlightenment, we speak of the five paths, as a matter of fact. The path of accumulation, of application, of vision, of meditation, and of ultimate attainment. Or we speak of the 10 bodhisattva levels, what are called the 10 bhumis in Sanskrit, the 10 levels of bodhisattva realization. Now the basis for these rough rule of thumb divisions of the path into the 5 paths, into the 10 levels, and so forth, is because as much of those 4 levels of obscuration as have been removed, that much of the incredible potential of mind is free to express itself. And so there's a kind of a balance being tipped here. Balance being, well, as much of the obscurations and negativity, confusion, ignorance, and so forth in the mind as is eliminated, that much the potential of the mind is free to express itself. So there is a one-to-one correspondence here. And it's on that basis that there are distinctions made of 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, and so forth. There is just a slight tipping of the scale. With this understanding of the nature of one's mind, the Tathagata Garbha, the Buddha nature, even with a slight understanding of this, one finds that one's faith and confidence on the one hand, one's trust in the qualities of Buddhahood, of enlightened mind, increases because one realizes these are inherent in the nature of mind itself, one's own mind for that matter. That all of the omniscient awareness, all of the supreme compassion, all of the effective activity, and all of the ability to provide refuge that is inherent to Buddhahood is inherent to the nature of mind. Understanding the nature of mind gives one more confidence in that, more trust in this goal of Buddhahood. As well, understanding more about the nature of one's own mind increases one's compassion for other beings who lack that awareness, because one understands that the fundamental cause of suffering is this lack of awareness, is this lack of understanding. That is the basic mistake that each and every being is making in going about the way that being lives. That is the basis for all of the suffering. So the more one understands about the nature of mind on that level, the more one understands about how the absence of that creates suffering, and this increases one's compassion. So through the simple act of experiencing more about the nature of one's own mind, one also automatically increases one's confidence and trust in one's spiritual goal and one's compassion for other beings. If one approaches meditation with this basic understanding of Tathagata Garbha, the nature of mind, the Buddha nature, then one's meditation becomes more effective. The first phase of meditation is what is termed shine in Tibetan, or shamatha in Sanskrit. The term in Tibetan, shine, means tranquility and stability. First and foremost, then, the mind is able to eliminate distracting influence of thoughts and emotions so that it can rest in any given state of awareness at will. So that having been calmed, having been pacified, the mind having been freed of this disturbing influence of thoughts and emotions, this distracting influence, it is able to simply rest or to focus. That is the first stage. The second stage is what is termed Platong in Tibetan, which means deeper insight, which is termed Vipassana in Sanskrit. It means that not only is there this calmness and stability of mind, but the mind actually begins to see more deeply into its own nature. This ultimately leads, or ideally ultimately leads, to the state of experience known as Mahamudra, the supreme state of experience possible. Now, the Mahamudra approach is divided into 3 stages as well. The first of these is ground, or foundation. The second of these is path, or process. And the third of these is fruit, or result. The ground aspect of Mahamudra, the foundation, is attained when the practitioner has this first significant experience of the nature of mind on an ongoing level. Just a glimpse, but it is something that is not forgotten. It is a significant element of one's experience from that point on. Now, one maintains that experience and refines it on what is termed the path or process of Mahamudra, which is again divided, in this case, into 4 major levels with 3 subdivisions each, making a total of 12 levels of experience. These 4 levels are termed in Tibetan Tsechik, which means one-pointedness, focusing; Trudral, which means simplicity; Rochik, which means literally one flavor or one taste, because the experience is of the blending of subject and object, so that there's not a difference. And the 4th level is called Gome, which means without meditation or beyond meditation. Each of these 4 levels has 3 levels of intensity. There is an initial inferior level, an intermediate level, and a very intense level of the experience, after which one proceeds to the next level of experience. So this is the traditional description of how the path of Mahamudra unfolds for the practitioner, leading ultimately to the result, the fruit or result of Mahamudra, which is complete enlightenment, this ultimate experience. This is something which is entirely possible for any of us to attain to, because we have the nature of mind itself as the working basis. We have the potential for enlightenment already. All that we are doing in the practice of shamatha, of vipassana, and of Mahamudra is actualizing that potential. If we compare this pure nature of mind, the Tathagata Garbha, this Buddha nature, this empty, clear, and unimpeded nature of awareness, if we compare this to clear water, or pure water, then the levels of confusion that we were discussing, fundamental ignorance and dualistic clinging and emotional confusion and karma, all of these are like mud that has been thrown into the water and is polluting it at the moment, clouding that transparent clarity or purity of the water so that it cannot be seen directly at the moment. What we're experiencing then is a mixture of purity and impurity, of the fundamental nature of mind and all of these overlays of confusion. This is a fairly complex subject, this whole idea of purity and impurity, and how this mixture works, how we now experience. Rather than spending any more time on it tonight, since the teaching has already gone on quite some time, perhaps we could spend the last 5 minutes or so together in silent meditation with this idea of discovering the nature of mind itself. rather than using any particular technique, of simply allowing the mind to experience its own true nature. The first Karmapa, Dusum Champa, said at one point, if you wish the mind to rest in its natural state, then begin with the proper posture. Because there's a connection between mind and body, then a correct posture with the back held straight and so forth is quite important, especially at the beginning, for developing good meditation. Just as Gampopa said, if the mind is not artificial or contrived, it is blissful, just as if water is not agitated and clouded, it is crystal clear. So at this point, simply let the mind rest in this state of natural relaxation without any contrivance at all. There is no need for one to look for anything that is the mind, either by directing the attention outwards or inwards, but simply to let the mind rest in its own nature. If one does let the mind simply rest in its own nature, there's no doubt that one will have a significant experience of the true nature of mind. It simply is there to be discovered by letting the mind relax in that true nature. The mind at this point should not be dull or clouded or obscured as though the spark of awareness had disappeared. Because this experience is not only one which is essentially intangible or empty, but is also one which is imbued with a luminous quality or clear, transparent quality. There is this spark of awareness. The fact that this experience is one of an intangible nature, that one does not find in looking for the mind any kind of color or shape or form or size or anything tangible that can be described as mind itself. This is what is meant by saying the mind is essentially empty.
나를 또 많이 만나서 통신해봐 가라스가 공사나요 사초쇼나고 셔트든다고 yapade 상에 썰을 차들었어.
Not only is there this fundamental intangibility, this emptiness to the experience, but there is also the luminosity of mind, the clear nature of mind, in that the mind could or can give rise to any experience, see any form, hear any sound, think any thought. The fact that this is the case, that there can be this experience, this potential, is the luminous clarity of the mind. From this state of awareness which is at one and the same time empty and luminous, the mind can express itself in any way, seeing form, hearing sound, thinking thought. This expression, this manifestation of mind, the ability of mind to express itself, is the unimpeded or dynamic aspect of mind.
Don't sell my ropa soon, the sacro letters. Take a generation was in 1,000 of letters. You know, that I was super foreign moon and Majorana. Montoma to the top of the measure, some of us. That was how I'm checked the Tisakoyares. The legends that they do about the guns of us so much. The sacro just a Macadi for so much. that powerful publishing the quantum particles, charges more to more cosmos.
This state of awareness which is empty, which is clear, which is unimpeded, is the nature of mind itself. To give it a name, we call it the nature of mind, or we call it Tathagata Garbha, or Buddha nature. But the point is that this is the nature of mind itself, and as we approach this experience, at first, of course, this is just a glimpse or an inkling that we have of what is really to take place. It's as though we see something in the distance, and it looks like it's a person walking towards us, but it's so far away you can't really tell. And then as they start to get closer, you can see that it must be a person because it's just the right shape and it can't be anything else. You just start to get that first glimpse. That's more or less the level that we're working on right now. We're just getting a glimpse of what's really, what really could take place. As one develops one's meditation, and as one purifies oneself of the obscurations and the negativity that blocks this direct experience, then one can actually recognize, just as one can see the person coming towards one and say, it's so-and-so, I know who that is. At that point, one's really seen the nature of mind. That's where Latong or Vipassana comes in the true sense of the word. That is real insight into the nature of mind. And then we can start talking about Mahamudra. Then we're more or less, we've put our first foot on the path of Mahamudra. As a closing note for this evening, before we conclude with the prayers to dedicate the merit of the teaching for the benefit of all beings, it's worth keeping in mind that this concept of Tathagata Garbha, of the Buddha nature, is an extremely important one, and the experience of it is an extremely important one. In one particular sutra, which is called the Sutra of Supreme Liberation, the Buddha is quoted as saying, if a follower of mine in the future has the occasion to speak to others about Tathagatagarbha, about the nature of mind that each and every being has, then all my kindness has been repaid. The Buddha said that any kindness that he had shown in demonstrating the path to enlightenment was more than repaid by someone even mentioning this to someone else. That there is this nature of mind, there is this Tathagatagarbha, or this Buddha nature, which can be discovered through the practice of Dharma. Buddhahood is the attainment of such a state of enlightenment that there is omniscience, that there is the ability to be aware of and to see every aspect of reality. And so when the Buddha Shakyamuni described the different realms of existence in the cycle of rebirth, the Buddha was speaking from this state of omniscience in describing 6 basic realms of samsaric existence. 3 of these are lower states, the hells, the preta realms, or that of tormented spirits, and the animal realm. And the other 3 are relatively superior states of rebirth, the human birth and the realm of gods and demigods. Therefore, as human beings, we are enjoying a superior state of rebirth, by and large quite a favorable and superior state when compared to the others.
남주 선마나 뭐예 제다 제다와 제정 금마 대파이 제제 고로 고로소 라마 도에 간조 모제 나마선지 도로 선제 도제 로치서 로와 제제라데 제라데 로와 제제라데 저 바투와서 와 제제라데 전화에 제자 저와 제제라데 저 라마 도에 간조 모제 나마선지 도로 선제 도제 로치서 로와 제제라데 제라데 로와 제제라데 바투와서 와 제제라데 전화에 제자 저와 제제라데 저 라마 도에 간조 모제 나마선지 도로 선제 도제 로치서 로와 제제라데 제라데 로와 제제라데 저 라투와서 와 제제라데 전화에 제자 저와 제제라데 저 원하에 나파도이 남들 선제 도제라며 파용 도바도의 선제적 공포도바 다니자다 담에 제성마 선제 tunyozo 제바조 선제 사라다데 선마라이자 대요 나좀 나빠나지 나로서 선 돈바서와 망고 런지 제게 코아 토마면 빠နေတာပါလေဒီရနာလာဖတ်ဖို့ဆောက်တယ်ဒါတာအခွာချပါလေဒီခါကျတော့ဆောင်းလာပြောင်းပြီးမှဒီမှာလာချမာရီထုံးကုန်တယ်ဆောင်းရတယ်ညနာကျော်ခဲချင်းလာခဲတော့ဒီတော့ခဲဆိုင်ကြဆိုင်ကိုမမတော့မှကြဒီစိတ်ထုံးမှပါချင်တယ်제와 그마에 빠때 그 성적해 그마 가서 그마 거제 다때 내가 있어 말이야 제와 그마라는 자 거기 빠따 내잖아 그래 제와 그마로 계속 제가 사진을 제동시나 대나마 그마를 그래 저거 또 가서 제빠지 제와 그마들은 속잖아 대나마 채토도 내 몸만 동안 참 대라서 되거든요. 시와크는 라이트가 남아서 맞다가 소용 좀 맞아. 나가면서 대체사 내가 시와크지 체크를. 시와크가 같이 이 라이트 있습니다. 시와크가 간데 소리 나서 가봤지. 다다 서서 라이트 따라 체크를 했습니다.
This nature of mind that we were discussing yesterday, this empty, clear, and unimpeded state of awareness, is not something which is subject to birth or death. It has always been the case that there has been this nature of mind. Up until this point, the mind has been experiencing the cycle or process we know as samsara, the cycle of conditioned rebirth, due to the karmic tendencies which have developed in the mind, positive or negative. Now, many people feel that there's no continuity between one state of existence and another, that mind does not pass from one to the other, and so that one cannot speak about things like previous existences or future existences. And the reason they usually give is that there's no direct evidence. We can't see this taking place. We have no empirical evidence that there is this connection. But that really shouldn't surprise us, because what is experiencing that whole process, what is experiencing the pleasure and pain of rebirth after rebirth, is the mind itself, which is intangible. If one cannot see or perceive the mind directly, mind itself, then it should not be a surprise that one cannot perceive the karmic process or the continuity from one state of rebirth to another. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, it just means we cannot perceive it in that way. The Buddha said at one point, if you wish to see, or if you wish to understand what actions were committed previously, look at your physical body in this life. Because the connections that are established in a previous lifetime through positive or negative actions create tendencies that mature or ripen in this lifetime and determine the way in which we experience this life. So that while on a general level the human state of existence is a relatively superior one, indicating a relatively predominant element of positive karma in our makeup, there are many various experiences. There's a whole spectrum of experience that we as human beings can undergo. It may be that due to positive actions such as generosity and protecting life and so forth in previous lifetimes, we enjoy long life and health and happiness in this life. It may be that due to negative actions such as the taking of life and stealing and so forth in previous lifetimes, that we experience a short lifespan in this life as human beings, that we experience much sickness, much suffering, poverty. It is to these previous actions that we need to look to understand why what we now experience is taking place. The Buddha also said, if you wish to see where the mind is going, what the mind will experience, look at your actions now. To understand what actions already took place, look at your body. To understand what will take place, look at your actions now. Because there again is a connection between the karmic patterns that we establish and reinforce now and what the mind will experience in future states of rebirth. This pure nature of mind, this empty, clear, and unimpeded state of awareness, is what is technically termed the alaya in Sanskrit, or kunji in Tibetan, which means the basis or source of everything. In this case, it is an aspect of transcending awareness, the pure alaya, which is the origin or source of all enlightened experience. What we now experience is also the levels of confusion and ignorance and emotional conflict that we were speaking of yesterday. These taken together constitute an aspect called the impure alaya, or the fundamental confused awareness or discursive consciousness. If on the one hand, the pure alaya is like crystal clear water, transparent water, then this other side of things, the impure alaya, is like mud which has been thrown into the water and is polluting or obscuring that transparency. And what we experience then is a mixture of the two states of being, this impure alaya, the levels of confusion and ignorance, obscuring the pure alaya, the fundamental nature of mind itself. Now, given that this is the case, that there is this obscuring factor of the mud in the water, one of the functions of this impure alaya is to store, as it were, impressions which are karmic tendencies, latent karmic tendencies, so that when actions are committed physically, verbally, or mentally, these create impressions or tendencies which are, as it were, stored or remain latent in this fundamental level of discursive consciousness, of confused awareness, until such time as conditions are appropriate for that tendency to arise as conscious experience. So that once an activity has been committed, once an act has been committed, that tendency remains latent on an unconscious level until the proper circumstances for it to emerge again as a conscious experience, the act leading to an experience. This is the karmic process. What this means is that karma has a certain infallibility to it. One can never expect a tendency that has been created by a certain action to somehow get lost somewhere or to be forgotten about, and hope that somehow one can avoid the consequences of it, that it just isn't going to happen. Because it is an infallible process. Sooner or later, at some point or another, that tendency is going to come into contact with the correct conditions to emerge as a conscious experience. The Buddha said at one point, once a karmic tendency has been established through an action, it doesn't matter if 1,000 kalpas, 1,000 eons pass. That latent tendency remains effective until the time that circumstances cause it to emerge as a conscious experience, and then it is exhausted. But until it has emerged as conscious experience, one can never expect it to be lost or forgotten or somehow just to fade away. It simply will not. Because there is this infallibility to the karmic process, this infallible connection between what we do and what we experience, this makes the whole question of positive and negative action a very important one, understanding what kinds of tendencies are positive ones that lead to happiness and fulfillment, and what are negative ones that lead to suffering and confusion. In speaking about this fact that all beings have this Buddha nature, but that these levels of confusion and ignorance cloud or obscure the issue, the Buddha said in one tantra, all sentient beings are Buddha, are enlightened, but incidental stains or obscurations obscure that fact. Once those incidental stains have been removed, what is now a potential becomes actualized as the experience of enlightenment. What this implies is that one's level of attainment or realization is directly proportionate to the removal or elimination of these levels of ignorance and confusion and emotional conflict and so forth in the mind. For example, one way to define or to look at the various levels of bodhisattva realization is with regard to these four main levels of obscuration in the mind, beginning with fundamental ignorance, with dualistic clinging, with emotional confusion, and with karma. The attainment of the first level of bodhisattva realization, first bhumi, is more or less synonymous with the removal of that first veil of karma, the grossest or the most outer level of confusion. A being who experiences that first level of bodhisattva realization has transcended that level of karmic obscuration. Or to say it another way, a being that has transcended the level of karmic obscuration attains to the first level of bodhisattva realization. The two define each other. On the seventh level of bodhisattva realization, the second kind of confusion, the second layer of confusion, on the seventh level, this layer of emotional confusion, which has been gradually refined or diminished, is finally eliminated. It is no longer an obstacle to that being, that seventh level bodhisattva, attaining enlightenment. On the final three levels of bodhisattva realization, the 8th, 9th, and 10th levels, which are termed the three pure levels, the level of dualistic clinging, the habitual tendency of mind to conceive of self and other as entirely separate. This is gradually refined and eliminated to the point where it becomes non-existent. It is no longer an obstacle. But it is only with the attainment of complete enlightenment, the passing beyond the 10th level of bodhisattva realization to complete Buddhahood, which is sometimes termed the 11th level, simply because it is all that is beyond the 10th level, and which is sometimes termed in Tibetan Kundu-U, which means light everywhere, or total illumination. It is only with that attainment that the most subtle levels of the most subtle confusion, the fundamental ignorance of mind, are finally eliminated, finally wiped away. And the most subtle veils of ignorance in the mind are finally eliminated, so that the nature of mind itself is free to simply manifest or express itself without hindrance. So the process of spiritual development can be seen in terms of removing or diminishing the obscuring influence of these 4 levels of confusion: fundamental ignorance, dualistic clinging, emotional confusion, and karma. The physical body that we now experience during our waking state is the result of certain karmic tendencies which have come to full maturity. Certain karmic tendencies which have ripened or come to full maturity in this life. In the case of ourselves as human beings with this particular precious state of human existence, the karmic tendencies have been largely of a positive nature. This has been largely virtuous activity leading to positive karma, and it would seem that there has been some element of connection, karmic connection, with the 3 jewels, the Buddha Dharma, through some kind of means, through seeing something or hearing something or coming into contact with something in some way. And all of this has contributed to the particular physical embodiment that we now experience. There is this physical basis for the consciousness which distinguishes this state of experience. But the mind experiences other states than the physical waking state. The most significant of these during our lifetime is sleep and dream. Because when we do go to sleep at night and dream, the mind experiences another kind of body, as it were, which is not quite the physical body, because the physical body at that point is asleep. But the mind is experiencing a whole realm of experience, a whole phenomenal world, which does not have that physical basis. But nevertheless, the mind conceives of a kind of body or embodiment through which it experiences that dream world. This state of experience is conditioned by 2 factors. The first of these is a very subtle habitual tendency of the mind to conceive of things in dualistic terms, self and other, subject and object. The other element which conditions the dream state is the more obvious level of habitual tendencies and experiences during this life. Certain patterns that we develop in this life that show up in our dreams. The technical term for this particular state is the embodiment based on habitual tendencies, because there are these two factors, the subtle habitual tendency of dualistic fixation and the grosser tendencies of experiences in this life, establishing certain patterns. There's no physical basis for that state of existence, but the mind relates to it as though it were very real. Now, when we die in the future, and the physical body and the mind separate, and the physical body is no longer a factor in the mind's experience, there is what we term the bardo state, the after-death state, between death and physical rebirth. Now, this bardo state is peculiar in that there is no physical basis for the consciousness here either. There is no physical body, but the mind continues to behave as though there were, continues to experience things as though there were a body there, when in fact there is not. This tendency of the mind to experience a body where there is none is a phenomenon known in Tibetan or in the terminology as the mental body, or the mental embodiment of the bardo state. These are the three major phases of our experience that we can see if we are looking at this cycle of samsara. The mind is continually passing from one of these states to another, from the physical waking state to the dream state to the disembodied state, to the mental body of the bardo, back to physical waking existence. And these three phases of our experience constitute the cycle of samsara. And as samsarans, as beings in samsara, we experience those three phases, one after the other. The point is, in each of these three states of experience, the mind takes what is going on to be absolutely real. What is in fact happening is a process where the projections of mind are experienced by the mind as though they were something other than the mind itself. The mind is absolutely convinced in each case that this is actually happening, that these things really are taking place. Whether we're talking about the physical embodiment, whether we're talking about the dream state, whether we're talking about the bardo state, the mental body, the mind is absolutely convinced that what is taking place is true and real on an ultimate level, rather than understanding that what is taking place is a process of projection and experience of the projection. So, on an ultimate level, of course, we can only ascribe relative or conventional reality to any state of experience, including this one in the waking state. Take the example of a being in hell. The mind of that being is absolutely convinced that what is taking place is actually happening, is the ultimate reality, some kind of objective reality. Now, in any state of experience, the projection of mind is as empty, essentially, as the mind itself. This essentially intangible, empty mind cannot give rise to something solid or independently real. It partakes of that intangibility of mind. But this is not something that the mind understands at this point. So for the mind of a hell being, all of this is really taking place, and all of this suffering is being inflicted by something out there which is ultimately real, rather than the process being understood as impressions from that mind arising as this experience of suffering. In one particular text, Shantideva, an Indian Buddhist master, says in a verse of poetry, he said, "Who creates this, the burning iron which burns one in hell? Who creates all of these flames which scorch the being in hell?" The Buddha said that all of these are the projections of an evil mind or a negative mind state. Which is to say that no one makes this hell and then puts beings in there. The beings make their own hell. The negative karmic patterns in the minds of hell beings create the impression of a state of hell as though it were actually true. As though there actually were something we could call hell where beings were sent or where beings went. What in fact is happening is that the impressions in the mind of that being are creating the illusion of this realm of hell, as though it were something ultimately real. But it is no more real than any other state of experience. It has only a conventional reality for the being in that particular situation at that particular time. How are we to understand this statement that mind is empty? What indication do we have that this is the case? To begin with, when a child is conceived in the womb of the mother, when we came into this world, this was not something our parents were immediately aware of. The moment the conception occurred and that consciousness was united with the physical basis in the womb of the mother didn't immediately think, I'm pregnant, I have a child. She didn't watch the consciousness come in and take that physical form. It's not something that becomes obvious until later when the physical signs of pregnancy show. That's a sign that the mind is intangible, it's essentially empty. It's not something that one can watch taking conception in the womb. One simply is not aware of it happening. Every one of us at some point will come to die. And when the consciousness leaves the body, no matter how many people sit around watching, nobody's going to say, there it goes, when the mind leaves the body. Nobody can see that happening. Just one moment there is a living being, and the next minute there is a corpse. And where is the mind? Nobody saw where the mind went. That again is an indication that that mind is intangible, it's essentially empty. We have several hundred people in the room here. Each one of us has a mind, each one of us is experiencing that mind, but none of us are experiencing anybody else's. We have no way of telling what the other person's mind is like. And actually, when we come right down to it, we have no idea what our own mind is like. We can't even see anything that we can pin down and say, it looks like that, it's shaped like that, it's that color, it's there, it's that size. We can't do that kind of thing with the mind. You simply cannot pin it down in that way. It is essentially empty, it is intangible, it does not behave according to those kinds of characteristics. However, to take the opinion, as people sometimes do, that, well, right, the mind is absolutely empty. That's absolutely true. Therefore, nothing matters. Nothing has any reality at all. Karma is completely meaningless. There's no such thing as causality. But that's really a misinterpretation. That's making a big mistake. To assume that simply because something is essentially empty, that it has no validity. The Buddha said at one point, those who believe in the ultimate reality of things are as stupid as cows. Those who believe in the ultimate non-reality of things are even more stupid. And this is something which is dealt with quite extensively in the Prajnaparamita literature, the perfection of wisdom literature, where it is said that if one makes a mistake in one's view of emptiness, if one has too simplistic a view of emptiness, one is really cutting off one's own wisdom. One is really limiting one's own wisdom and destroying the possibilities of future understanding growing. So it is something that's important to note, that the interpretation of what is meant or what is implied by the mind is empty should not be a really simplistic one, but all the implications should be understood. Until such time as one has thoroughly realized the emptiness of mind and the emptiness of all experience, this causality that exists between actions and experience and the interdependent nature of all aspects of experience continues to remain absolutely true and valid, completely infallible. And to take an example, we can consider that each and every one of us has spent a fair part of our lives going to school or to college, university, learning things, developing skills, developing trades, amassing information. But all of that, the result of all of that learning process is not something that we can see tangibly. It isn't stored somewhere in Germany. They don't have a place where they store everybody's information or everybody's knowledge. You don't keep it at home somewhere in the closet. It's not stored anywhere in your body that anybody could see. But the tendencies have been established in your mind in this fundamental level of discursive awareness, the alaya, the kunji, the source or fundamental consciousness. And whenever you need that knowledge, it's there. You can call it to conscious memory and make use of it. So it is perfectly valid. The fact that it is essentially empty and intangible doesn't mean that it isn't valid. If a person learns how to be an auto mechanic, they learn that skill very completely. They can go anywhere they want. And wherever they go, wherever they encounter a problem with a car, they can fix it. Now, until such time as they need that knowledge, they don't walk around continually reminding themselves of how to fix a car. They don't need to, because as soon as they get into a situation where there's something that needs repairing, they know immediately what needs to be done and they can do it. There's that kind of effective causality, that kind of effective connection between learning the skill and making use of it. But none of it is anything that you can see or that you can pin down tangibly. But it certainly is very effective and very valid. And so is any aspect of causality, any aspect of karma.
생동만이 이제 센치탄지를 대파는 전체이가 버티스 말이지. 해나요 후화탄지 거봐 말이지 대만에 대해서 말이지. 대통령은 그냥 저쯤만에 그때만 그와도 만카가 보아라서 그러나 나로 번친도 저승가가 가라 근데 마보연서 도저히 그 카카바는 있잖아요. 마보연서도 체험만 그래서 마보연서도 체험만 그래서 마도 체험만 쓰네. 어떻게 카카는 비판은 지금 저승때 봐. 그래서 근데 동안에 대만에 봐. 지마다고 뭐다고 자신다고 지금 저도 좀 산이 화사장이고 대통령에 대통령에서
Once one has realized the meaning of emptiness, once one has this direct experience, then one is like Milarepa. Milarepa said of himself, "It was fear of dying or fear of death that drove me into retreat, and I meditated constantly on impermanence and death. But now I have realized the deathless nature of mind, and death holds no fears for me." The point is that Milarepa was at first motivated by a very healthy awareness that his negative karma was going to drag his mind down to some lower state of rebirth. That was perfectly valid in the situation. He was perfectly right to assume that. And it was the fear of death and the fear of those consequences that caused him to start meditating. But as he meditated, he attained finally to the level where he realized the deathless nature of mind, the nature of mind itself, and the illusory nature of all experience that the mind projects and experiences. At that point, he was freed from the normal limitations of what we think of as physical reality. He could manifest one form or many as he chose. He could fly in the air, he could pass through solid objects. Because his mind had attained to the state of awareness where he was simply no longer subject to those normal limitations of what we take to be physical reality. He had seen that all of these projections of mind were essentially speaking, ultimately speaking, illusory, like a rainbow, like a reflection, like a mirage or a magical appearance, like the surface of the water reflecting the image of the moon. Something that is perfectly valid and apparent, but has no ultimate self-existence. And that was the state of realization that allowed Milarepa to demonstrate what to us are miracles. Something that totally breaks all the rules of physical reality. But it was simply because his state of realization was greater than ours. And he did not ascribe to these things the reality that we do. The process of samsara, of us experiencing this cycle of rebirth, is due to or defined by three basic misconceptions that we make continually. The first is that we are continually looking for something ultimately real where there is not any ultimate reality. We're continually investing things with a reality they don't have. That's one problem. We don't understand the phenomenon in question, or the phenomena that we experience, to be the projections of mind, but treat them as something totally real other than the mind itself, completely independent of the mind. And because we ascribe that reality to something which does not have reality, that perpetuates the whole process. The other mistake we make, or another mistake we make, is a failing to see the suffering that is inherent in the way we now experience things, from very gross to very subtle levels of suffering and frustration. Continually looking for some kind of ultimate happiness in all of that, and continually ascribing happiness where there in fact is none. Certainly not happiness in any ultimate sense of the word. But because we continually look for it where it doesn't exist, we make a second mistake. And the third mistake we make is of ascribing some kind of permanence or stability or reliability to something which is totally impermanent. We're continually looking for something permanent where there is nothing permanent. Continually looking for something reliable where there is nothing reliable. So we make these three fundamental errors. We take something which is ultimately unreal to be ultimately real. We take something which is frustrating and painful to be something happy, conducive to happiness. And we take something which is impermanent to be permanent. It's based upon those three kinds of misconceptions that we, samsarans, continually experience this cycle of rebirth. That we continually move from one state of experience to another, treating everything as though it were very real, very permanent, and very conducive to happiness. And that is the cycle of rebirth, chasing after those misconceptions. Now, understanding one's experience and understanding the phenomena of the world around one to be based upon the projections of mind is extremely important. We hear a lot of talk about Mahamudra, this big fancy word for what is in fact the realization of emptiness. Milarepa described or defined Mahamudra in the following way. Mudra in Tibetan, mudra is Sanskrit. The Tibetan word is shakja. 2 syllables, the first of which, shak, Milarepa says, is a code word for emptiness. The second word, ja, which means in Tibetan extensive or vast, is the syllable which means that there is no aspect of experience that passes beyond that awareness of emptiness. When one has had that experience, it embraces everything. It's an all-embracing experience of emptiness, and there's no aspect of one's experience that is beyond that basic awareness. And this is the definition of the term mudra then. The term maha, which is chenpo in Tibetan, which means great or vast or supreme, simply means, in this case, that there is no experience greater than that awareness. It is the supreme or the ultimate experience. So we have the term Mahamudra, this big fancy word for what is in fact the realization of emptiness, that embraces every aspect of one's experience. In failing to perceive the true nature of mind as essentially empty, we instead experience this self, this I, this solid thing in the place of this emptiness of mind. That is our fundamental mistake. That is the fundamental problem. That is where all of the suffering and frustration and pain arises. It's quite true, as the teachings tell us, that I and the clinging to self are the biggest demon in the universe. The greatest demonic force in this universe is this sense of self or I, because it is that which causes the trouble, which causes the problems in the first place. The realization of Mahamudra is the realization of the essential emptiness of mind. And once this realization takes place, once this I, this self, is no longer perceived as something ultimately real, once the projections of the mind are not experienced as something ultimately real, then one has attained this realization that is termed Mahamudra, which is sometimes referred to as the experience of egolessness. The egolessness or non-self of an individual, and the egolessness of phenomena, all the different aspects of experience. It is at that point that the mind is freed from all of that suffering and all of that malevolent influence of egocentricity, of ego clinging. There's no longer any basis upon which suffering can develop. Even though this might not be part of one's direct experience at this point, one might not have realized emptiness. Even the intellectual conviction on a conceptual level that it is the case is extremely beneficial. Simply to have the idea, the mind or the I is not something ultimately real. It has no color, it has no form, it has no shape, and so forth. None of this is ultimately real. Even to have that kind of conception is very helpful, even though it might not be part of one's direct experience yet. It's simply an idea still. But the idea in itself is very valuable. Just how this realization of emptiness is beneficial in this particular situation in the West, in Europe and North America, is best understood by taking into account that the physical comfort and the material prosperity of these countries is such that people, human beings in these particular realms of Europe and North America, are experiencing what looks to like other people like the realm of the desire realm gods. Certainly we can't look on a physical level for a great deal of our suffering. Things like hunger, starvation, things like this, they simply are not as common in the West as they are in other parts of the world. On the other hand, there is incredible suffering on a mental level. This is primarily where we as people in the West experience our suffering, is on a mental level. And the principal reason is because, first and foremost, of this misunderstanding of the emptiness of mind, and instead the conception of this self or I. But the principal contributing cause is the emotional confusion that we experience. Because we invest all of these emotions with such reality, we treat them as things in and of themselves, and surrender to them continually. And this is where a great deal of our confusion and a great deal of our suffering lies, is in that emotional confusion. Through understanding the emptiness of mind, one understands the emptiness of what arises in the mind. Once one has understood the mind to be intangible or essentially empty, then automatically one understands that the thoughts and emotions that arise in the mind do not have any more tangibility than the mind itself. They don't have any more ultimate reality than the mind itself. They are no more solid than the mind itself, which is to say they're not solid in the least. So instead of having to treat an emotion of passion or anger or whatever as incontrovertible, absolutely solid and real, and one simply has to follow after it, Instead of that, one has a situation where it's as though one took cold water and threw it into boiling water, and all that agitation was suddenly just calmed. Because one's understood that the emotion is no thing in and of itself. And one simply doesn't have to treat it as real, as one normally thought one had to. It simply is not necessary. It doesn't have that kind of reality. With that kind of understanding, even on an intellectual level, of the emptiness of mind, and this empty, clear, and unimpeded mind nature, whatever particular technique of meditation one uses is far more effective. When one is using a shamatha technique, something to calm and stabilize the mind, whether it's breath meditation, or meditating on a sphere of light, or meditating on any other form, physical object, whatever technique one is using is going to be far more effective for allowing the mind to become calm and free from distracting influences of thoughts and emotions, more able to rest, to simply focus itself and rest in any given state of awareness. Ideally, this can be extended to the point where whatever technique one is using, one can simply place the mind in that state for as long as one wishes, and it'll just stay there. The mind does not have to be distracted. There is a conscious ability of the mind to simply rest in any given state without distraction. That is the ultimate from the point of view of shine, or shamatha, of this first stage of meditation. Now with it, this brings about a feeling of quite incredible mental and physical well-being. Something far more than we could really conceive of at this point. Even this first stage of shamatha, before the insight of vipassana sets in, even this brings with it a real sense of physical and mental well-being. And it is also this state of shamatha, of tranquility and stability of mind, that gives rise to certain, perhaps unstable, but certain kinds of psychic powers, clairvoyance and so forth. They arise from this kind of shamatha experience, from this tranquility and stability of mind. Beyond this experience of shamatha, of the tranquility and stability of mind that first comes about through effective meditation, it is possible for the person to develop insight, deeper insight into the nature of mind. The direct experience of this empty, clear, and unimpeded dynamic awareness, which is the nature of mind, which is beyond an intellectual understanding. It's not something that one merely understands to be the case or has some conceptual idea about, but it becomes an actual direct experience. This is what is termed vipassana or hlathong, deeper insight. Now, if this insight continues to deepen and the person continues to develop their meditation, this can culminate in the Mahamudra experience. Direct, total absorption in the nature of mind and the nature of all phenomena. But in order for that to come about, two things are necessary. In one of the commentaries on Mahamudra, it says, in order to develop this state of co-emergent awareness, transcending awareness, one should understand that other than one's own efforts to purify oneself, to accumulate merit and deepen and develop one's wisdom, other than one's own personal efforts and the blessing of a qualified guru, any other means are stupid, is what the text says. One's really wasting one's time, unless one is going about it in those two ways. To really realize Mahamudra in the ultimate sense of the word, one needs to make efforts oneself to purify oneself of negativity and obscurations and ignorance, and to develop one's merit, deepen one's awareness. So on the one hand, one needs those personal efforts. On the other hand, one needs faith and devotion in an authentic guru to receive that guru's blessing. Once those two things have come about, then the ultimate attainment can take place. But any other means are really wasting one's time. At a certain point, when one is developing along this path to Mahamudra, or of Mahamudra, there is a certain stage at which the authentic experience of the empty, clear, and unimpeded nature of mind becomes completely stable. Now, this is a bit complicated because the technical terminology of the Mahamudra path speaks of 4 levels. One-pointedness, simplicity, one flavor, or one taste literally, and beyond meditation. Each one of these has 3 degrees, an inferior degree, an intermediate degree, and an intense degree. Now, with this experience of the nature of mind, the Mahamudra experience first becoming completely stable, this is the experience of simplicity, the second of the 4 stages. And all 3 degrees of simplicity, inferior, intermediate, and intense, taken together, constitute this experience. It culminates or peaks in this experience of the nature of mind, which is still not the ultimate attainment, but is the first really significant level of insight. This is what is termed as well first bhumi, first level bodhisattva realization. This level is termed rabduga in Tibetan, which means total joy or complete joy. Because with that discovery of the nature of mind, there is the experience of a joy and a delight and a well-being which is simply not anything we can conceive of at this point. There is no physical or mental state of bliss or ecstasy or joy that we can experience now that can hold a candle to that kind of joy. It simply cannot compare to that kind of joy. That is the joy which is completely spontaneous. It does not depend upon any given situation at all. It simply is inherent in the nature of mind. And as the mind discovers its own nature, there is that joy, that incredible joy. So that is the reason for the name Rabduga, for the name total joy or complete joy. This state of realization is marked by certain qualities that indicate that the mind is becoming freed of its limitations and is more free to express itself in different ways. So that for someone experiencing this first level of bodhisattva realization, it is possible for the mind to experience not one state of meditation, but 100 states of meditation at a single instant without any contradiction. Right now, when we're using a technique in meditation, for example, we may be using breath meditation or meditation on a physical object or a point of light or the form of a divinity or a certain sensation. We might be meditating on emptiness, a formless state of meditation. But we do things one at a time because the mind is limited at this point. The mind of a first level bodhisattva can handle 100 of those at a single instant, and there's no contradiction. Nothing's left out, nothing is conflicting with anything else. The mind is free to experience 100 states of samadhi at one instant. It is free to express itself in 100 emanations in a single instant, rather than being limited to one physical form. It is free to experience 100 different pure realms of experience, to meet with 100 Buddhas, to receive teaching in 100 different ways at a single instant, to recall 100 previous existences, to foresee what states of existence the karmic tendencies will lead in 100 states of future existence, and so forth. These different qualities are traditionally listed as 12 in number, and each one of them involves 100 previous existences or 100 states of samadhi or whatever. So they are often called the 1200s, which are simply indications that this first level of bodhisattva awareness has taken place, and the mind is that much freer to express itself. As the mind continues to develop in this way then, and as the insight continues to deepen and the freedom of mind continues to express itself more completely, we can distinguish different stages or different levels of realization. And these are what are known as the 10 bodhisattva levels, the 10 bhumis. From first bhumi then, the mind attains to this second level of bodhisattva realization, where all of these qualities that were described, the 1200s as they are called, increase tenfold, increase by a power of 10, so that we are speaking of 1,000 instead of 100. 1,000 states of meditation at a single instant, and so forth. This increases from one level to the next by powers of 10. So by the time we are speaking of 10th bhumi, 10th level bodhisattva realization, we're no longer speaking of 100 or 1,000, we're speaking of tens of millions of states of meditation at a single instant, or emanations at a single instant, or whatever. Beyond that, the only statement that can be made about Buddhahood beyond the 10th level, complete enlightenment, is that one can no longer speak in limited numerical frameworks. One can no longer speak of how many or how much. It simply makes no point at that stage. We're speaking of an infinite level of awareness, an infinite level of possibility, an infinite level of compassion, and so forth. There simply is no limit to the ability of the mind to express itself on the level of Buddhahood, because Buddhahood is, by definition, the absence of all limitation. the mind is simply free to express itself. The point is that the mind that is experiencing that state of Buddhahood is the mind that we experience now. Buddhahood is not something outside of the mind itself. It's not something you have to go looking for other than in the nature of mind itself. The only difference is whether or not there are limitations and obscurations in the way or not. In a text known as the Uttara Tantra, which was given to a Sangha by the Bodhisattva Maitreya, it is said that the only distinction to be made on the basis of sentient beings, bodhisattvas and Buddhas, is whether there is impurity present, whether there is purity or whether there is complete purity, whether there remains confusion and ignorance or whether there is not. As unenlightened beings, we experience a great deal of impurity in the sense that there is this confusion, this ignorance, negativity, and so forth. On the bodhisattva levels, this has been more or less removed, but not completely so. On the level of complete enlightenment, it has been completely removed. But that's the only basis for making a distinction between an unenlightened being, a bodhisattva, and a Buddha. If this is the goal towards which one is working in the practice of Dharma, this attainment of complete enlightenment, of Buddhahood, some appreciation of our present situation is necessary to understand where we're working from, which implies an understanding of the cycle of rebirth, of samsara, and our particular situation in it as human beings. The mind that we now experience in this human state of rebirth has been undergoing states of existence on an infinite scale, one state after another after another. At a certain point directly previous to this lifetime, quite obviously there was a karmic situation that would result in a precious human rebirth, which we now are experiencing. But at that point, there was simply the mind in the bardo state, in the after-death state, following whatever our previous existence was, as whatever kind of being. And the mind in this state was directed towards this human state of rebirth by those karmic tendencies. Now, one of the peculiar circumstances of the bardo state is a certain kind of limited clairvoyance or prescience that the mind has. It's not a particularly controlled quality. It is simply something that is part of that state of experience that arises unbidden. And in the particular case of a human being taking, or a mind taking rebirth as a human being, there is a kind of vision or a kind of awareness of the mother and father in sexual union at the moment of, or before the moment of physical conception. And the mind is drawn towards that act of the father and the mother in union by these karmic tendencies which are drawing the mind towards that physical state of human rebirth. There is an emotional response of the mind to the parents, which is an unconscious one, an impulse, as it were, based upon whether that child will be male or female, whether the karmic tendencies are dictating female or male body. If the mind will take rebirth in a female body as a girl child, there will be attachment towards the father, attraction towards the male parent, and aversion to the female parent. If, on the other hand, the mind will take rebirth as a male child, there will be attraction for the female parent and aversion to the male parent. But regardless of which circumstance takes place, there is this emotional reaction which is part of the conception process. Conception which actually occurs when the sperm from the father and the egg cell from the mother unite with the consciousness of the being in the bardo. So there are two physical elements and one mental element. And with that conception, with that fertilized cell imbued with that consciousness, one has a human being, potentially. Of course, the form is just this fertilized cell at that point. But the consciousness with all the potential for human existence, human experience, is there, as is the physical structure, the potential for that physical structure. At this point, there is simply a central channel of energy, which is the first stage of the mind's physical expression. When it begins to express itself on a physical level, it begins with this central channel of energy, which exists even on this very embryonic level. There is the consciousness and there is the life force of the being. And then gradually both the mental and the physical consciousness. Slowly during the 9 months or so, 9.5 months, which is the rule of thumb, the term of pregnancy, during this time, the mental and physical aspects of the child begin to develop. This is most obvious on a physical level because the cell begins to divide and there's this mass of cell tissue that becomes elongated and extended and passes through these various stages of fetal development as the limbs begin to extend themselves and the senses begin to develop and the organ systems begin to differentiate and so forth. And also there is a gradual development of consciousness and awareness, a gradual stirring and developing of more complex states of awareness, until such time as the child is fully developed and the karmic tendencies which have brought about the conception and growth of the fetus come to an end and the process of birth occurs. Up to that point, of course, the child has been receiving nourishment from the umbilicus, from the mother's body. The food and drink that the mother takes in is nourishing the child on a physical level. But it is the karmic tendencies which are in the makeup of the child that are propelling that process of fetal development to the point where the child is actually expelled from the mother's body in the process of physical birth, and the child actually comes into the human realm as a fully formed human individual, still just a baby, but still with all of the organs and faculties of a human being to experience that particular realm. That is the process that all of us went through to arrive where we are now.
맞드는 근데 남바시바 사철라도 천매라도 매라도 남바시바도 남바시바 진이 또 많이 와 튼네 그는 잠이 잠을 요레스 그 바다들 그 제가 바다스 잠이 잠을 와 진이 바다스 그래요 통화치 옛날 저는 통화 파서도 가도 스파 바다스 그래요 로아를 가와시와라나 시와라는 요레스 그래요 남기지 받은 용도요레스 내가 보시네 그 고안탐에 처음으로 요레스 그래서 그는 고안탐에 처음에 기바 사보 소재지 못터 가지 다다 다니지 미소 뭐가 때네 더 뒤틀어야로 잘하고 그렇지 뭐레스
We could spend a great deal of time examining how this physical structure of the body is put together, how it comes together and how it falls apart, of course, inevitably, with death, how the various elemental qualities constitute the physical body, how the various sense fields develop, and so forth. This could be gone into in far greater length, but suffice it to say that at this point we have this physical body. It has come together in a particular way. We were born, we went through this conception process, the fetal development, the birth process, through infancy, through youth, and all of us have arrived either at young adulthood or middle age or even old age. And this process is a relentless one. From the moment of conception to the moment of death, there is this continual growth and change of the organism. The aging process involving with it as well disease and sickness, imbalance, suffering on that level, and the process simply of growing older, of the body starting to fall apart, simply because the karma maintaining that existence is starting to break down. Eventually this will bring all of us at one point or another to death, where these various elemental qualities that make up the body dissolve and are absorbed one into the other in a process of dissolution, and the mind and physical body finally separate at the moment of physical death. At that point the mind goes into a state of unconsciousness. The dying process as one state leads to another state which is one of primordial unconsciousness. The first phase of the so-called Bardo experience, the after-death state. Following that there is a process of conscious experience, still with no physical basis for the consciousness, where the mind experiences all kinds of experiences, pleasure and pain. And finally, this is brought to an end too by the karmic forces dictating the next conception or the next physical rebirth in whatever state, human or otherwise. But that is the future that the mind faces. That's infinite process of samsara, from one state of experience to another, with no end in sight. The significant point about the human state of rebirth is that it provides us with the opportunity to transcend all of that, to attain enlightenment which is beyond all of that suffering and frustration and limitation of the cycle of rebirth, which is a state of true happiness, a real freedom of mind. So that is the important thing to remember, that in the context of the human birth, we have the freedom and the opportunity to attain to that state of enlightenment. That kind of opportunity does not really exist in any other state of existence than the human one. The human body that we have right now, this physical existence, provides a lot of potential, one way or the other. In the traditional text, it is said that the physical body could be the boat that ferries one across the ocean of suffering to the far shore, to enlightenment. Or it could be the stone around your neck that drags you down to the bottom of that ocean. Because the physical body is like a servant to the mind. If the mind directs the body in positive ways, the body will behave in positive ways. If the mind directs the body in negative ways, the body will react accordingly. And it is through the karma that we accumulate with our physical actions as well as our mental actions and verbal actions. It is that karma that determines whether the mind attains to higher states of rebirth, or ideally to liberation, or whether the mind falls into some lower state of rebirth with further confusion and further suffering. It is all up to the choice we make. We have that choice in the palm of our hands now, and we can choose to go one way or the other. We really are on a kind of pivotal point, or kind of frontier, boundary between up and down. With that, perhaps we could close the morning session with prayers to dedicate the merit of the teaching for the benefit of all beings.
Tanmaya Chesa Chava Shanje Lato So Lama Toy Katu Moche Lama Taje Lado Taje Moche Lo Chisa Loa Chanje Lati Chilan Loa Chanje Lato Sa Lan Chava Sava Chanje Lato Tanmaya Chesa Chava Shanje Lato So Koda Chonche Toge Jitena Taje Hama Taja Sa Lama Payo Taba Soto Sonja Kopu Tabaraja, the Jada Damichi, Samo Sete, Kuna Joanam, Sasha Sara Tata Samara Tata Machi, Machi, Chipna, Rumania Patu, Drip, and Chip, Coca, and more carriers. You got the China Motor Madrid now. Listen, get the Papa, talk after this.
At the present time, we are experiencing a particularly fortunate state of existence as human beings. We have this precious human existence, which is endowed with 8 different kinds of freedom and 10 different kinds of opportunities, which make it the perfect basis for spiritual practice. We have the freedom to practice if we wish. We have the ability to apply spiritual teachings in our life and attain enlightenment through this practice. But one thing that we should remember is that this precious human existence is not something permanent. It's not something that is going to last even for a very long time, let alone forever. It is impermanent. It is something which will not remain.
Zopo Sanjaka Sumbatas, Sepe Tamacha, Depe Tamaka, Sope Tamajet, Point Tamajet, Sope Tajelaman, the Partisan Saris. There, Sepe Tala Chavata, get you Metal, Jajavaris, Matu Pena, Pogachukala, Posana, to learn about the Nimaki, Posasma, the Maris. Machi is what the Maris, Catching Matana, Macha, Kena, Nacho, Matis, Smart is. Then I was in a chili jumper, which is. Chichimojana, the chit top I on it, top of the summer. The chitting on that's a little dollar, chit, catching the dead, chicken Magaya, Gemma, taking the models and so you want to do all the others.
Just how is this world that we experience impermanent? The Buddha described it as being limited in a number of ways. Because in this universe in which we live, the end of all birth is death. The end of all coming together or meeting is parting. The end of all gathering is dispersal, and the end of all building up is breaking down. Nothing in this universe, nothing that we experience has any kind of stability or solidity to it on any permanent or eternal level. Everything that we experience comes together at a certain point and falls away at a certain point. This is as true of our own physical bodies as anything else. Because this impermanence that we experience is a momentary process. There is a moment-by-moment process of aging from birth to death. It is not as though one is born a baby and then at a certain point, a number of years later, one suddenly becomes a grown-up person. And then a number of years after that, one day one suddenly becomes old or suddenly dies. It isn't that kind of process. Minute by minute, moment by moment, the individual is changing from the moment that conception occurs until the moment that death occurs. And it's rather like looking at a river. To just look at the river from a distance, superficially, you think of it being something eternal. There's always this river. But if you understand the nature of the river, and if you go and sit and look carefully at the river, you see that every second the water that was here is being replaced by the new water coming and the old water is going. So in a certain sense, there's a new river every moment. It is never the same. It may look the same on a kind of general level if you take a brief look at it. But to look at it in minute detail is to see that it is always changing. So is everything else that we experience, moment by moment. Now, ideally, one might feel, well, my youth, my early years, this is the time when I achieve some degree of success in the world and establish my security. And then when I'm older, later on in my life, when I have more time, I'll get around to practicing Dharma. Then I'll start to do some spiritual practice. That would be fine if we could be assured that we were going to live that long. We really don't know. One of the characteristics of the world we live in as human beings is that there is no fixed span of life for any individual. Some people die while they're still in their mother's womb before they're born. They are born, stillborn or dead. Some babies die shortly after birth. Some children die in infancy. Some die in their teens. Some die in their teens. Some die in early adulthood. And, of course, some people do live to be old and die in their old age. But there's no guarantee in any one individual's situation that the person is going to live for so many years, and that's guaranteed. It simply is not the case that we can count on that kind of length of life. Which means that we do need to use the opportunity that we have as quickly as possible. The teachings of Dharma, the practice of these teachings, becomes something very immediate and something very important if one realizes that the opportunity that one has to practice may not last very long at all. One really doesn't know. In a culture such as Europe or North America, it is very difficult for someone to, at present, to devote their entire life to Dharma, to just completely put away any concern with the world and devote their entire body, speech, and mind to the practice of Dharma. Even if the person would want to, it would be difficult for them to find a place to stay and have enough to eat and so forth. There just isn't the support for that kind of practice yet. It either is not something in the person themselves, or it's something that the culture does not yet support. But that doesn't mean that we're hopeless. It doesn't mean that there is no way to practice, because practice can be very successfully integrated with one's daily activities. There is a saying in Tibet that even speaking or working with one's hands can be virtuous activity. Even walking and sitting down can be negative activity. It depends upon one's outlook, depends upon one's motivation. With the proper approach, one can learn to incorporate the practice of virtue and the practice of Dharma into one's daily activities.
손주도 생 해봤지만 또 나요. 대인이 고 가로 때가 되라 될 겨와 저거서 대처자 산책석에 또 참고서로 그 잠부터 세척이 아버지 시안에 대니 겨와 통치 대니 그 자와 통치 겨와 저거 가지고 그는 다른 많이 될까봐 다 들이 니고만 그 결자 코스한테 전체 통치 선제도 그렇고 포선 포야 아버지 시안아 다행히 뭐 맞자 친구です뭐 달아요. 거기 나서 먹어야 하는데 대 sonje도 나만 교육이면 직접 또 받다 하고 있었나. 자기들이 뭐 나도 뭐 대는 거지. 그래서 또 상부터 사실 뭐도 하나씩이나 되는 내가 있을 자와 고제도 대화는 뭐도 다들 sonje도 문제를 넣어 가지고 그래 이제 자와 올라쳐서
If one is continually aware of impermanence and continually aware of the opportunity and freedom that one has in the human birth, then one finds that even if one's still involved in the world and still has a lot of activity taking up one's time and energy, that quite naturally one can begin to incorporate the practice of Dharma into one's life. One can begin every morning when one gets up. The first thing one does in the morning is to reaffirm the taking of refuge, developing this heartfelt devotion to one's gurus, to the three jewels, and taking refuge, even a matter of reciting the refuge prayer 7 times with this attitude of faith and devotion, this trust in the sources of refuge. This maintains the connection of refuge and brings one under the blessing and protection of the three jewels. It opens one to this source of blessing and benefit. As well, one can develop the attitude every morning of bodhicitta, one's compassionate and altruistic concern for all beings in whatever one does, whether it is the formal practice of Dharma or just some ordinary activity during the day. One can begin every day with this idea: in order to bring each and every sentient being to full enlightenment and to greater states of happiness before that attainment of enlightenment, I will do whatever I do today, physically, verbally, mentally. All of this is for the benefit of all beings. If one has those kind of attitudes, beginning each day with the taking of refuge and the development of this bodhicitta, this altruistic motivation, then whatever one does, even if one's just sitting quietly by oneself, becomes a kind of virtuous activity, because it is within the spirit of the practice of Dharma. Every night before one goes to sleep, one can review the day, how the day has gone, and appreciate any of the virtuous action or meditation practice or whatever one's been able to do during the day. And whatever the virtue of that practice is, or that activity is, all of that is dedicated for the benefit of all beings. So it isn't something that one simply leaves on a personal level, but one reiterates that this is for the benefit of all beings, and dedicates it in that way. Now, the concept of the dedication of merit is a very important one, and could be a very complex one to try and understand. But simply speaking, it is the attitude that one is attempting to emulate the example of the gurus and Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the past. And that just as these beings dedicated their merit for the benefit of all beings, and in this way attained to enlightenment, one is attempting to follow this example and to do the same. That is the basic spirit of dedicating one's merit and one's virtue. So, by beginning each day with the taking of refuge and the generation of one's bodhicitta, and by concluding every day with this dedication of one's merit and virtue, and prayers of aspiration for future development of oneself, of all beings, in this way, one will find that even the most mundane daily activity starts to take on a dharmic quality. It begins to partake of the virtue of Dharma practice, and one finds that more and more the values of Dharma practice come into everything that one does. So at that point, one's activity in the world is not an obstacle. It can be a vehicle for one to bring these qualities of Dharma into being. If one is continually aware of death and impermanence, then one will find that one always has the necessary energy and motivation to practice whenever the opportunity presents itself. But if one's always putting things off and procrastinating and thinking, well, that's for later, that's for the future, I can do that later, then one's going to find one's life becomes very busy and very distracted, and one simply can't get that kind of time and energy and motivation. It'll be very difficult. There's a saying in Tibet, don't think so much of the future. If you think too much of the future, you're like Dala Drakpa's father. Now, the way to explain that is to tell the story about Dala Drakpa's father, of course. Now, the story behind the proverb concerns a certain Lama who was on pilgrimage once, going from holy place to holy place in Tibet. And at a certain point, he came to an area where there lived a very poor beggar. And this man had gathered together a pot of barley to make some tsamba flour or whatever, but he had this pot of grain that he begged from various people. And for someone like him, for a poor beggar like him, it was quite a prize. And he was very careful that it was not going to be stolen or that mice weren't going to eat it, and so he hung it from the ceiling of his house, of his little shack, and he hung it from a rope, and he used to sleep right under it to make sure that nobody would come and steal it. Now, while the Lama was in this area, a certain event occurred that the Lama was aware of through his meditation, and it was this event that became the basis for the proverb. What happened was that one night this poor man was lying down to sleep, and he started to think to himself, and he kept thinking about this pot of grain that he had hanging up there, and he kept thinking, I could really make my fortune with that. If I'm very careful, I could use that to make some good samba and sell that, and then I could take the profit from that and buy some more and invest in this, and then I could slowly build up a fortune. And he was sitting there gloating to himself and thinking, I could get richer and richer and richer, and I'd be rich enough to get married finally, and I could get a very good wife, and we'd be so happy together, and we'd have a son, a boy. And now what would I call my son? And just as he was lying there in bed trying to think of what he would call his son, he saw the moon rise through the window. And so he thought, I'll call my son Dala Drakpa, which means in Tibet, famous moon. Dala means moon and Drakpa means fame or good reputation. And so he just decided to call his son Dao Dragpa when a mouse that had been eating at the cord cut through the cord, and the pot of grain fell down and hit him on the heart and killed him. That's what they mean when they say, don't think too much of the future, because if you do, you're like Dao Dragpa's father. Nothing may ever come of it.
What about the Lama?
The Lama comes into the story simply because the Lama was aware through his meditation of what had happened to this man while he was in that area. And the Lama used that as an example to people, to show them the uselessness of thinking about the future. And so it was the Lama who made up this proverb that became very famous in Tibet.
People don't enjoy that.
대바트는 손전치 돈 아스바타스나 개축좀 좋았습니다. 방한 이거 있잖아. 다서 대바트나 foncionar 그래서 다만 한마디는 또비지. 서마파마고 그네 그 코사가 사가라데스. 개가로 그 손전치 선학생 그 손전치 제는 그렇게처럼 생각하는 대바트는 대바트는 서마파마고 손전치 근데 서마이죠. 그래서 무슨말이지? 근데 같이 투가고 같은 잡고 가려서 근데 대시와 제만들어 근데 그 잡고 가려는 제와라네 잡고 미나 가려는스
Galene.
대시와 제네 그래서 서마이죠. 근데 이제 오늘 콜리지 잡으신 소리스 교과로 받을 때는 이 저거 맛을 진짜 짜서 하는 거지 엄마 하여 뭐 자신도 때지 근데 저거 들으시면서 저는 잡으러 받을 다들 그 손질 터지 말이스 대답을 때 봐야나 그냥 개와 전화 프로그램이 개와 청해주잖아 청해주잖아
We have physical body, we have speech, and we have mind. The most important level is the mind, is the attitudes that we have. Because this conditions how our physical and verbal actions will be, whether they will be positive or negative. If one has certain qualities of mind, such as faith and trust, such as compassion, such as wisdom, then whatever one does becomes virtuous. Because the physical and verbal actions simply follow in the wake of these positive qualities. There is a story of a small boy who was walking down the street, and he had a handful of dried peas that he was eating as a kind of snack. And he came upon a Buddha that was walking in the other direction towards him, and the Buddha was begging from door to door for food. And the little boy, when he saw the Buddha, he was just filled immediately with a very pure faith and trust in the Buddha. And just without thinking, he took the remaining peas in his hand and just offered them to the Buddha. Now 4 of them fell into the Buddha's bowl, and several others struck the Buddha on the heart, and 1 of them struck the Buddha in the center of the forehead. Now the result of that act, the karmic tendency that faith and that act established, ripened in a future lifetime with the consciousness of that boy taking rebirth as a universal monarch, as an extremely rich and powerful king, with dominion over 4 huge continents, which were the result of the 4 peas having fallen into the Buddha's bowl. The fact that some of the other peas struck the Buddha in the heart was the act that created the karmic tendency that resulted in the fact that this king not only had dominion over the human realm, but also over the God's realm as well. And the fact that one of the peas struck the Buddha in the forehead was the act that eventually culminated with the king not only attaining power and influence in the world, but also developing spiritually and attaining enlightenment himself. That was a very small act for that little boy, but it was done with such pure faith and confidence that it became a very powerful act. So these kinds of qualities, faith and compassion and wisdom, they give a great deal of power and a great deal of virtue to whatever one does.
hinjeyana shawa chungi malu danchenpa tangis arasana kama sonte zari kari jabo saja chara jabo chesi tondo chesi parse desi mochi pusun sopa tada bata siyares jonde bina jabo saja nigana jabo pusun sopa desi pusun sopa kama there condition that obviously not on the color the color kama made topic color the searching sawa to do on that upo shara na which is a color teacher mission set and chamba on the color did not make it that the jabo subjects are narration is that our that you know that change got judgment.
Compassion is another one of these qualities which makes even a small act a very powerful one karmically. During the time of the Lord Buddha, there was a king in India whose name was Saja, who was one of the wealthiest and most powerful and influential kings in the whole of India at that time, Saja. And this king Saja was in such a position of wealth and power and influence that to most people he seemed like some kind of god instead of a human being. And a number of people asked the Buddha at one point, what is the karmic cause of this king's rebirth as this rich and powerful individual? What kind of karma, what kind of action could he have committed in some previous lifetime to bring about this rebirth as a king? And the Buddha replied, at a certain point the consciousness of this king was in a human state of rebirth in some previous lifetime. And on that occasion, this human being met another human being who was very poor, a starving beggar who had absolutely no food and was in a terrible state. And out of pure compassion, motivated by nothing but the most pure and sincere compassion, this person gave a single handful of warm food, warm rice or whatever, warm food to this starving person. But it was done with such purity of heart, it was done with such sincere compassion, that karmic tendency resulted in the mind of that person taking rebirth as this rich and powerful king in India. So this quality of compassion, of true and sincere altruism, is another very powerful element that can make even the smallest act very powerful on a karmic level.
Naji Manani, two Matella Garis, the Nasi Jabusumaras. That's on the Lebon Pati, that thing I'll tie it, Jabotana, 2 pound Krishna. Then I'm with the Yamakiga, Corsica Swan of the color, then Chitula Supasa, Convents of Zombo Botone, then the Tronketsola, then Mombo Sala Torch, which Lapalis. Then Sala Toekala, Obom Motel, Tatsekon, Yomekala, then the Tassel Sharap, Jetting Jesus, then on a hot party. At the Omonti, Mizuna, tell the Sharap, some taking this in a number of paparas. Then it did not kitchen and Corsit Tom, then it Corsit Tom in the color, then Obotsomaka, Rip Jabekala, cement Sharap Tansaris. She wanted Chipasara Sasmaris, then the guy just wrong Majumaris, then Sanjaga, Sassi Kala, then Jabosa Germanis, the Matas Maris, then the cat of a kindness of Sanjay teaching Central Kala, then Sanjaga, then Namata Saja, son of Chambers, in an intelligent, then some of Czech, Amata colleges alone, and the topology of the telephone. The guys that will cause entry in the garages, they will share my job. Jabosaja, that's it, and I was about this. That's it. So, some macarons to check this.
If one has these qualities of faith and trust and these qualities of compassion, then even though one might not be a wealthy person at all, one might not have any physical possessions or any material wealth to speak of. But that doesn't mean that one is limited in one's ability to practice virtue and accumulate merit and behave in positive ways. Because what is really most important is one's motivation. The story which is often told to illustrate this point relates an incident during the Buddha's life when this same king, Saja, was the Buddha's patron. And he was sponsoring a 3-month meditation retreat that the Buddha and a number of his disciples, 500 of his disciples, were taking part in one summer during the rainy season. And for this 3-month period, the king was offering everything that was needed, food and lodging and so forth, to the Buddha and these 500 disciples. And every day after the noon meal, the Buddha would dedicate the merit of all of their Dharma activity for the benefit of all beings. And because the king was the principal patron, the Buddha would always honor that generosity by saying, today we dedicate all of the merit and all of the virtue of all of this Dharma activity for the benefit of all beings, particularly King Saja. This was a gesture of honor to acknowledge the faith and the generosity of this patron. Now, in that area there lived a number of beggars, among them an old beggar woman who nevertheless had even though she was a very poor person, very unimportant, she had a very pure heart. And when she saw all this activity going on, all of the meditation and teaching and so forth, and she saw the king being such a generous patron, she was very impressed. She really admired that kind of activity as the king's. And she used to think to herself, that is really wonderful that the king is doing that, all of that virtue for the benefit of all beings. That is really such a fine thing. And there was not a trace of jealousy in her mind at all. She was really sincerely impressed and admired, rejoiced in the merit of this king. And when she gave rise to this attitude one day, seeing this activity going on, that day the Buddha said, after the noon meal, he said to the king, today should I dedicate the merit for your benefit or for the benefit of someone who has even more merit than you? And the king was a little surprised and he thought, well, can there really be somebody with more merit than me? Because, well, the Buddha must know what he's talking about. So he felt that he ought to say the humble thing. So he said, well, if there is somebody with more merit than me, then please dedicate the virtue on their behalf. So the Buddha said, we dedicate the merit today for the benefit of all beings, particularly this old beggar woman. And he named this old beggar woman. at which point everybody was very surprised. Nobody said anything. This went on for several days, and every day the Buddha would name this old beggar woman as the foremost among all sentient beings for whom the merit and virtue was being dedicated. Now, the king became very depressed because he really couldn't understand why there was someone who had more merit than he did in this situation, because he was providing all of the food, he was providing all of the places to stay and everything, he was being the generous patron, and someone else was getting all the credit. So, one of his ministers became aware of this situation, was quite an intelligent fellow, but was not a particularly kind person, this minister. And he arranged a certain trick to be played on this old woman so that the situation would be returned to its previous state. And one day when the servants were bringing in, the king's servants were bringing in the food for everyone to eat at lunchtime, in the middle of the day, the minister said to some of the servants, when you take in this tray of fruit, when you go past the gate where all the beggars are, make sure you drop the fruit on the ground. And when all the beggars come to grab the fruit, kick them and beat them and make them go away. But especially that old woman. And he pointed her out to them, and she said, you see that old woman over there, so-and-so? Well, when she comes to get the fruit, kick her and beat her and just really be hard on her. Don't let her have a moment's peace, and just kick her out of here. So as these servants were carrying the food in, they had to follow the minister's order. He was there. He was the one who gave them their orders, their leader. So they dropped the fruit on the ground, and in came all the beggars, of course, running to grab the fruit. And they started to lay on the beggars with sticks and kicking them, and especially this old woman. They beat her mercilessly. And she became absolutely furious, absolutely outraged. And the only thing at that point in her mind was absolute hatred for the king, for the servants, for everybody. And she lost all of that pure admiration that she had had for the king's generosity. Now, the king knew nothing of this. This was the minister's trick that he had played. But that day when the Buddha was asked to share the merit, he said again, we dedicate the merit and virtue of all of this activity for the benefit of all beings, particularly the King Sajja. And people were again surprised. First they were surprised when the Buddha had changed the name in the first place, and now they were even more surprised that he'd changed it back, seemingly for no reason. So people couldn't help at this point but ask the Buddha, why did you do this? What is going on here? And the Buddha said, well, originally it was the king that had the most merit, because he really was doing this out of generosity and faith. But this old woman had such purity of heart. Her admiration and her rejoicing in the merit of the king was so pure that she, in fact, had the most merit in the situation. Simply by rejoicing in the merit of another, she gained more merit than that person, the king himself. But today, all that there is in her mind is hatred and anger. And unfortunately, she has lost that admiration. And in the situation, it still remains the king who has the most merit and the most virtue. So this was very instructive for the people to understand that motivation is a very important thing. And it was unfortunate that the old woman had lost that motivation in the situation, because that had been such a pure motivation that it really had been incredibly meritorious for her. So it is really true that to speak of virtuous and non-virtuous behavior, or positive or negative action, one's really looking most at the motivation behind the action instead of the superficial action itself. Because the action is just a reflection or a shadow compared to the actual motivation. A person may be very generous. They may give a lot of money or a lot of offerings or whatever. Now to just look at it, it looks like a lot of virtue is going on. Very meritorious act, all of that wealth being given. But suppose the person is doing it because they want to become famous. They want people to respect them. They want people to look up to them and think they're wonderful. Or they're thinking of getting even more wealth by sharing this wealth or something like that. If there's that personal vested interest, that selfish interest, then the actual karmic power of that action is very small. It's not a very positive action at all. A much smaller act with a more pure motivation would be far more powerful karmically. So on a karmic level, the virtue and the non-virtue, the positive and the negative karma, doesn't have so much to do with the superficial action as with the motivation. If the motivation is proper, then the action, be it a big action or a small action, is very powerful. If the motivation is not correct, it can also be very powerful, very negative effect. But it doesn't have so much to do with the superficial action as with the motivation. And the third quality is wisdom and intelligence. And this is not a simple thing to understand at all. Wisdom can be seen in three different ways. There is intellectual wisdom, the ability to understand ideas. There is contemplative wisdom, and there is the wisdom that arises from meditation. Contemplation.
Oh, I see.
The first of these is, for example, when one's taking teaching and the teacher is talking about suffering or karma or the cycle of rebirth or the process, the path to liberation or the qualities of enlightened mind or something like that. And one understands what's being said. One really, the concepts are quite clear in one's mind. One knows what one's being told and one can understand the meaning. That's a form of wisdom. That is an intellectual understanding, which is a form of wisdom. The next stage that's necessary is for one to actually work with that idea. Given that one understands the idea, one then begins to examine, well, is this really true or not? What is actually going on here? I understand the idea, but is this really something I can say that I thoroughly seen to be true? So one examines it until there is that kind of definitive understanding, that kind of really solid, definitive insight. Still on a conceptual level, but much deeper than just understanding the ideas. That's the second level of wisdom, which comes through contemplation. And the third kind is actual meditation, so that instead of being an idea or a concept, that becomes a direct experience. Whatever one is approaching in spiritual practice, one uses these three kinds of qualities. And the same is true for the situation here, where we're most concerned with Shinei and Platon, with these two phases of meditation. And the way we approach it is on an intellectual level, on a contemplative level, and on a meditation level.
Then Chaba Kala the Yamato, Sakuro, the Bazan, the and then Bella, the Joe Masa, Yabanakiris, Bogajon Shwanakiris, Koro Kunda Balimato, the Zan, that to also sign, Dinojika, Sakuro, Oshazan, Navachi, Yamamoto, Latoni, Osha, and Church, Juntos. That's it. The Sakuro alone to Nana, Gamjana, Kalishina, Yapoyon to the Maris. Don't know about the said that particulars. Net to the one to Juna. Then I go Kajana, Yapoyon to the others. That's it. Not to the name, but you are to send it to the net.
To begin with, what is called shamatha in Sanskrit or shine in Tibetan is the first stage of meditation where one develops a tranquility of mind and a stability of mind. At the moment, the nature of mind is obscured by many factors, by fundamental ignorance, by emotional confusion, and the mind is really out of control. We have no way for the mind to remain undistracted, to remain quiet. It's continually out of control. It's like a monkey swinging through the trees in a forest, or like a spoiled child continually going after one thing and another without any sense of discipline. Because the mind is spoiled in this way, because it lacks this control and the freedom to simply remain in any given state without distraction, it's very difficult to meditate. Because the mind is compulsively distracted one way and the other, and simply can't remain focused on the meditation. So regardless of the particular technique one is using, the first quality that one tries to develop is this sense of tranquility of mind, stability of mind. This is the benefit of shamatha. This is what the shamatha experience is. That the mind has been calmed, and that all the disturbing influences of thoughts and emotions have been eliminated so that the mind can simply rest in any given state at will, ideally. And there's no need for the mind to be continually distracted from one thing to another. So that is the importance of the first stage of shamatha. Shamatha or shine can be either worldly or mundane, or it can be something transcendent, something that can lead to enlightenment. When one practices any kind of meditation and develops a certain quality of shine, of tranquility and stability of mind, then a number of different experiences can arise. Some of these will be experiences of bliss. Some of them will be experiences of the clarity and luminosity of mind. And some of them will be experiences of emptiness, a kind of non-conceptual state of awareness. Now these are simply signs that the meditation is taking place. But the problem is that one may fix on any one of these. One may cling to this and take it to be some kind of ultimate goal. If one clings to experiences of bliss, this is a cause of the mind taking rebirth in the future lifetime in the desire realm, the gods of the desire realm. If the mind focuses on and fixates on experiences of clarity or luminosity, this is the cause for rebirth in the form realm. And if the mind focuses on the experience of emptiness, non-conceptual awareness, and clings to this, then this is the cause of rebirth in the formless realm. And if the meditation goes wrong, and the mind is very dull during meditation, this can cause rebirth in the animal realm. So it is possible for the meditation to be very limited and to only be a cause for furthering the cycle of samsara. On the other hand, it may be that the practice of shine, of stability of mind, tranquility of mind, will bring the person to a point where Platon, where vipassana or insight, deeper insight into the nature of mind can begin. If that is the case, then this path leads one to enlightenment. So it depends on how far one takes this shamatha meditation. If one stops before it has been carried to its fullest extent, then it will just be a cause of further rebirth in samsara. Otherwise, it will be the first stage of the mind transcending the cycle of samsara. In our practice of meditation, whether we are using a very mundane technique or a very spiritual technique, one which has some kind of transcendent quality to it, whatever we're using, we should keep in mind that our goal, our spiritual goal, is full and complete enlightenment. Now, this has two aspects to it. One of them is the personal benefit one gets from attaining enlightenment, of course. There is the dharmakaya aspect, the absolute or formless level of enlightened experience, which is the complete consummation or perfection of one's own benefit. But there is also the sambhogakaya and there is also the nirmanakaya, the form manifestations of enlightenment for the benefit of other beings. And so complete enlightenment also involves the ultimate benefit for others as well. And this should be our goal, the ultimate benefit for self and others, full and complete enlightenment. In any practice of Dharma, to begin with the taking of refuge and the development of bodhicitta is very important. And to conclude the practice with prayers of dedication and aspiration is very important as well. If one is making sure that one's practice begins and concludes in the proper way, then whether the technique that one is using is a very mundane one or a very profound one, that practice is going to keep one on the direct path to enlightenment. One is assuring oneself that one will not deviate from that path if one has these proper attitudes of refuge and bodhicitta and dedication and aspiration. So one begins any session of practice with the taking of refuge, as we will right now, to begin this session of shine meditation together, of shamatha. Meditating that in the sky before one, there is a vast assembly of the three jewels and the three roots, the sources of refuge actually present in the space before one. And during the recitation, as we recite the refuge formula several times together, one meditates that oneself and all beings are taking refuge from now until enlightenment is reached in the three jewels and the three roots, in these sources of refuge. And that in seeking this refuge, one is seeking the blessing to overcome and eliminate the sufferings and limitations of samsaric existence, to transcend these and to ultimately attain to enlightenment oneself for the benefit of all beings. So this kind of attitude is quite important during the recitation. Following this recitation, during which time one takes refuge with really heartfelt faith and trust in the three jewels and the three roots, one meditates that from the forms of the sources of refuge before one light shines and spreads to oneself and all beings, purifying oneself and all beings of obscurations, of negativity and ignorance, and bestowing blessings and awareness, accomplishment of spiritual practice.
네. 다 로아리 조금 산천도 판지. 네. 사선제인데 나를 다 맞도네. 네. 고아를 처벌 옮겨. 동한 합수과 너는 동한제 자체치 모시는 산천도 판지. 네. 초바도 타는 본사 선제지 나를 또 손제주 공포터 바지 사그게 대단도 네. 전에지 강호도 자기는 서로 사체로 관해
During the following recitation, the bodhicitta prayers, which are recited 3 times, one's attitude should be one of compassionate and altruistic motivation, considering that all of the infinite numbers of beings that experience the 6 realms of samsara experience those sufferings and experience those frustrations and limitations because there is a fundamental lack of knowledge, a fundamental lack of direct experience in the mind of each and every being. There is the lack of experience of the nature of mind itself, and instead the mind experiences all kinds of illusory projections that are taken for the ultimate reality. And it is this basic misunderstanding, this basic ignorance in the minds of all beings, which creates the suffering and the confusion of samsara. So one's motivation in practicing meditation and studying one's motivation in whatever one does is to benefit all of those beings by not only attaining enlightenment oneself, but leading all other beings to this experience as well, so that there's this emotional confusion and ignorance can be eliminated, and thus the suffering and confusion that they experience can be eliminated, and that all beings can come to attain to that state of enlightenment. That is one's motivation during the recitation. The first Karmapa, Dusum Chempa, said at one point, if you want to see the far mountain, you have to be looking from the near one. That is to say, there is a connection between, one defines the other. If you want the mind to rest, you have to adopt the correct posture. The point being that correct posture is really an important factor in developing good meditation. Now, regardless of whether or not one adopts the full 7-point posture with the legs crossed in full Vajra posture and so forth, depends upon one's own capabilities. The important thing is that the body should be erect, it should be straight, especially the back, the spine should be kept straight during meditation. The development of shamatha, of shine, can involve a number of different techniques. Some of these use a form, either a physical form or a visualized form. Some of them are formless states or techniques. There are many different techniques that one could use to develop this quality of shine or shamatha, this tranquility and stability of mind. There are 9 stages recognized by the teachings in the development of mental stability, in the development of mental tranquility. First, the mind is directed towards a particular object or a particular state, and at the second stage it is whenever the mind wanders, it is brought back to that state of awareness, and so forth. There are 9 stages that the texts speak about, which means that it could be described in great detail, but all that we're concerned with at this point is the bare bones. It's just a very brief introduction to the practice of shamatha. Previously we were discussing the nature of mind itself as this empty, clear and unimpeded state of dynamic awareness. That mind is essentially empty or intangible means that the experience of mind itself, rather than any thought or emotion in the mind, the experience of mind itself does not have any tangible flavor or characteristic. It has no color, it has no form, no shape or size or location, but is empty like space, intangible like space. But one cannot simply say that mind is space, because mind exhibits as well a kind of luminous or clear nature in its potential to experience. The fact that the mind can know, is capable of knowing or perceiving or experiencing anything, is its luminosity. And there is also the quality of unimpeded dynamic manifestation, that the mind can manifest as thought, as perception. This is this is that, this is good, this is bad, this is such and such, this is so and so. The fact that the mind can give rise to this kind of awareness is its dynamic or its unimpeded quality. Now this is the nature of mind itself, this empty, this clear, and this unimpeded state of awareness. There's no need to do anything with the mind to create this experience. It is the nature of mind itself to be this way. This approach, which could be described perhaps as looking at emptiness, is in fact a state of bare awareness. There's no need to direct the mind at all, but simply to let the mind relax in its own natural state of empty, clear, and unimpeded awareness. Now, the important point in the beginning is that as thoughts and emotions arise in the mind, as distractions arise, we should not pay attention to these and follow after them, but simply cut them off and return to this state of bare awareness. Even thoughts such as thoughts of faith or compassion, good thoughts, bad thoughts, it doesn't matter. They're all just thoughts, they're all distractions at this point, even good thoughts. The important point is that when any thought arises or any emotion arises, one just cuts it off at that and returns to that state of bare awareness without wandering after the thought. That is quite important. Because this is not an experience that we're used to, the natural relaxation of mind in its own state and the natural relaxation of body, very often people find that when they are meditating in this way that certain physical or mental problems crop up. They get headaches, or they get pains in their body, or the body shakes or trembles, or there's some feeling of insecurity or instability. This is simply because we're not used to that experience of the total relaxation of mind and body. It's simply something we're not ready for. We just aren't used to it. But there are methods that one can use to benefit the situation when those kind of problems crop up. One can adopt a similar approach to the meditation on the spheres of light that we were doing yesterday, which is to say that in this particular formless approach, one still takes the direction in front of one as east, as we were doing yesterday afternoon, regardless of where east is in the outside world. For the point of view of the meditation, the direction in front of one is east. And so one meditates simply directing this empty, clear, and unimpeded state of awareness many miles to the east of one, extending it out into space, as it were, to the east of one, and simply focuses the mind in this empty state of clear awareness without distraction towards the east, towards the direction in front of one's own physical body. In the same way, the direction behind one is the western direction from the point of view of this technique. So at this point one simply directs the awareness many thousands of miles to the west of one, behind one, still keeping this very spacious, very open state of bare awareness, but directing it in a sense, or focusing it many miles behind one. In the same way, the direction to one's right is the south and to one's left is the north. At this point, one simply directs that empty, spacious state of clear awareness many thousands of miles to the south, to one's right, and rests the mind in that state of experience, that empty and clear and spacious state of awareness, focused many miles to one's south, to one's right. So one can employ this method in any one of the cardinal directions, north, south, east, west. Another problem which can develop during meditation is the tendency of the mind to become dull, or to sink, or to fade, so that the mind begins to go to sleep. In the most extreme cases, of course, one may actually go to sleep while meditating, but at least there may be the experience of the mind becoming very dull, very heavy, and very thick, so that it's difficult to maintain a clear state of awareness. If that is the case, one can employ the same kind of technique, but instead raising the mind upwards, directing the consciousness many miles upwards, above one, into the sky, into space, and simply maintain this state of clear, empty, spacious awareness, while directing the mind this vast distance above one. Another problem that can arise is that when one meditates, particularly if one meditates longer than one is accustomed to, the mind becomes very wild. It's full of thoughts, very agitated, and it feels as though it's difficult to hold the mind down. It's continually moving with all of these thoughts. One can still use this kind of technique to benefit that situation by lowering the consciousness, maintaining this same state of empty, clear, and unimpeded awareness, formless awareness, but directing it many miles below one, as though down into the earth, and simply direct the consciousness many miles, many thousands of miles even below one, and maintain the awareness in that way. At this point, one can extend the mind, this state of awareness, empty, clear, and unimpeded state of awareness, in all directions at once. The four directions of north, south, east, west, the four intercardinal directions, north, northwest, and southeast, and so forth, and above and below, in the 10 directions, all at once. And simply extend the mind thousands of miles if one wishes, in all directions at once, experiencing this spacious state of empty, clear, and unimpeded awareness.
게임 감촉을 찾던 거예요. 나치지만 미국 나치가 쑥 같은 거예요. 나는 나치가 잘해 살아요. 나는 나치가 같이 예전 나치가 레자 예전 나치가 치판도 하지 passante go hanga practice. That is things that can be done.
So one can use this kind of technique alternating from one stage to the next. And the reason that one can use this kind of technique, or any kind of technique, is because the mind is essentially empty or intangible, and because it has this dynamic quality of manifestation. So there's no reason to suppose that one somehow can't do the meditation. It's entirely possible to do the meditation. The mind is completely free to express itself in so many different ways. Visually, the mind expresses itself seeing form of all kinds. Through the faculty of hearing, consciousness expresses itself in hearing all kinds of sounds. And the same with smelling smells, tasting tastes, feeling textures. And particularly the mind itself is the creator of ideas and concepts and thoughts and impressions. The mind has this quality to express itself in any way that it chooses. And the same principle applies to meditation as well. It's not that the meditation is impossible. The mind is perfectly capable of meditating any way that one wishes it to. And so the whole process of meditation is much easier, much more straightforward when one understands that. From beginningless time, we have experienced this sense of I. The mind has experienced this sense of an I or self, of a mind in a small sense, this limited little thing. And there has been this impression of a physical body, lifetime after lifetime as well, of the mind in the physical body. So the way we're used to experiencing the mind is this tight little thing somewhere inside the body, inside the head or inside the heart or wherever, stuffed inside the body and held there. Now, of course, if one's meditating with that frame of mind, one's liable to run into problems. It's like a baby being in its mother's womb, and the baby can't really stretch. However much it tries to stretch its arms and legs and move around, it can't. It's compressed in by the walls of the mother's womb, the uterus pressing on the child. Now, in the case of a physical child, that's one thing, but if the mind is not physical, there's no need to treat it like that. But we do. We feel as though the mind is somehow stuffed somewhere inside the physical body and is held there. So when we meditate, it's not surprising that we get headaches and backaches and pains and feelings of uneasiness and palpitations and so forth. What we need to understand is that the mind is in fact intangible, immaterial. And there's no need to treat the mind as though it were this small little ball of hard consciousness somewhere in the body. It simply is not that way. It's only that we're used to experiencing it that way, and have been lifetime after lifetime. So we have a choice. We can either meditate like a mouse in a little cage that has nowhere to go, or we can meditate like a bird flying in the sky that can go anywhere it wants. We have that choice, at least. Perhaps we could conclude the morning teaching with prayers to dedicate the merit and virtue of this teaching for the benefit of all beings.
Shabe Damba Dan Kanyan Jangla Deji Chongma Dan Dachen Malu Tsoza Drijang Nyodo Sanje Sala Geba
Sergio Lombo Tabaran Jipe Shaji Jabo Jalan Chazala Ishe Zodni Zodze Turze Baja Dunze Due Dune Lale Bana Zazime Homo Jodwe Lunzo Jipa Lawan Chuzo Jashi Sebon and Trashi Rumbe Zala Zambe Zonda Jashi Chita Shanju Riza Mize Shans Shunu Daten Senge De Angamanga Dan Yechazat Chewon Repa Chenan Sajeba Denda Meban Zela Shanza Nete Chidan Tumba Jangwa Kana Mato Pumpi Zumwe Kodan Denze Talaki Jazi Chuan Zela Shanza Kore Shawa Nimbo Mezen Chime Chune Kala Chine Chun Chute Nanda Punde Pradu Jummaran Zela Shanza Chime Shanju Rudra Kone Nera Jani Pradu Lurun Kawa Shine Senre Tai Samden Chobin Zela Shanza Toma Mene Deta Shumanganda Shanju Shinru Chirun Yamura Sanjana Shiru Varadza Jiru Vajida Sinane Varana Seva Sanaj Chiche Kolo Korne Dujana Deva Sana Gule Chazana Yinje Kowa Gipata Chiche Tsaji Tamba Rudala Komo Jigi Yudu Dunanda Tubai Jala Chanzala Kupazana Mayana Amen Pola Kajera Jeba Temba Jeba Zela Chanzala Delo Jena Yudu Kajishi Sacho Chungye Saji Sam Chime Dorje Tabe Kujene Yangi Dowa Zela Chanzala Kuba Nidu Jiba Miche Tamao Senje Saman Tene Dene Rizemo Kudin Chaji Zela Chanzala Kuni Tuwai Chidanze Sajin Dala Kumba Dambone Ngani Jidin Dana Choke Zendeze Keba Jalai Kumbo Gade Lai Yene Shen Jalu Kade Linde Yene Yene Dundu Deva Dune Lai Lala Chandala Gaya Konda Mamaji Chaji Pinde Janu Rodeze Sachi Senza Sanso Kandu She Zazun Zome Kola Shanzala Koshe Koshe Cheye Sudene Chute Nanda Pinde Manam Jane Bandu Lodun Dini Janu Dala Shanzala Kandu Kano Koshe Nagada Duvanga Zende Chime Chite Kola Shanzala Aranati Chiche Kolo Kon Zeti Zatu Chudu Chimba Sachu Kunwe Kumba Nyangye Tune Makanda Shanzala Yita Tune Togo Chani Tosa Devaye Kiran Toa Kunji This evening we are concerned with the Bodhisattva vow and the quality of mind that it represents, which is termed bodhicitta, or the enlightening attitude. It should go without saying that this enlightening attitude, this quality of bodhicitta, is absolutely essential to attain enlightenment. Without this quality of mind, this compassion and altruism, it is impossible to attain complete enlightenment. It's as simple as that. Before the Buddha Shakyamuni attained enlightenment as the Buddha Shakyamuni, before this bodhisattva began the spiritual development which eventually resulted in complete enlightenment, at one point the Buddha was a sentient being like the rest of us. And in fact, at one point the Buddha's consciousness, or the consciousness of the being that would become the Buddha, was in a hell realm, as a hell being, suffering intensely from the karmic tendencies which had brought the mind to that state of hellish existence. And in this particular incarnation, the Bodhisattva, the future Buddha, was a hell being who, with another hell being, was forced to pull an extremely large load in a kind of large chariot or cart that was loaded so heavily that the two of them could barely pull it. And all the time they were being goaded and whipped and beaten by the fiends of hell to make them pull this cart, these demons. The word in English we would use is a fiend. It refers to a being in hell that is not really a sentient being. It is a projection of the hell being's karma. The hell being thinks that this demon really exists, but it is really just a projection of the mind of the hell being. However, they had this experience of being beaten by these, what they thought were these beings or these demons that were beating them and stabbing them and making them pull this heavy load. And at a certain point, the thought occurred to this one hell being that would become the Buddha in the future, and this being thought, why should we both have to suffer? It's all right if I suffer, but supposing this other being here, my companion here, can rest, does not have to go through this suffering. And so this hell being turned to the demons and said, let this other one go. I'll pull the load myself. At which point the chief demon, the main figure that was goading them, became very angry and said, how can you alone pull a load that two of you can't pull now? And taking a huge axe or hammer, he smashed this hell being on the head, killing the being. And the mind was immediately freed from that state of hellish rebirth and attained a precious human existence in the next rebirth, because of that quality of bodhicitta, that quality of compassion for that other being. Now that was the first moment of bodhicitta in the mind of this being that would eventually become the Buddha. And this was the start of a long progression of rebirths, some 500 in lower states of existence and 500 in higher states of existence, before the Bodhisattva finally attained enlightenment as the Buddha Shakyamuni. But without that quality of compassion, that whole development would never have started. So this quality of bodhicitta, of compassion and altruistic concern for others, is absolutely essential for any true spiritual development to take place. If the benefit of simply giving rise to this attitude spontaneously is so great, it is magnified by a kind of formalization where in the presence of a spiritual teacher and in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, one formally takes the vow to work for the benefit of all beings. And this becomes a commitment that one makes to oneself to develop this attitude of compassion and altruism. With that kind of commitment and that kind of intensity to the commitment, then it becomes even more strong in one's makeup. And the blessings that one receives from that quality are even more profound. And this is what the context of the ceremony tonight, the Bodhisattva vow, is involved with. The taking of this commitment in the formal presence of a spiritual teacher and in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, one formally takes the commitment to work for the benefit of all beings. Now, there is a lineage associated with the Bodhisattva vow. In our particular age, in our particular times, this dates from the 4th Buddha of this Kalpa, Shakyamuni. There are 2 main lineages of the Bodhisattva vow. The first of these passes from the Buddha Shakyamuni through Manjusri, the Bodhisattva of wisdom, to the Indian Buddhist master Nagarjuna and his student Aryadeva, and so on, in a lineage which has remained unbroken to the present day. This is what is termed the lineage of profound insight. There is another lineage which passes from the Buddha Shakyamuni through the Bodhisattva Maitreya, the Bodhisattva of loving kindness, and through the Indian Buddhist master Asanga Vasubandhu, and again down to the present day. This is known as the lineage of extensive activity. So both of these traditions are accessible in the world today. We as practitioners could receive either the lineage of profound insight or the lineage of extensive activity for the Bodhisattva vow. However, there is a difference in practicality. For the lineage of extensive activity, which comes through Maitreya, this is only traditionally given to someone who has some level of ordination, either layperson's ordination, or monks or nuns' ordination, or novices' ordination. And so it is a little more restrictive. It is only really given in a situation where someone has already taken at least the lay precepts, or a novice nun's or monk's vows, or fully ordained monks or nuns' vows. In the case of the other lineage, that of profound insight, it is open to anyone who wishes to take it. Providing the person has basic faith in the Buddha Dharma and has taken refuge, then that person may receive the formal transmission in the true sense of the word. That person has opened themselves to receive that transmission if they wish to take it. So the only requirement, so to speak, for the Bodhisattva vow according to this lineage, that of the lineage of profound insight, is the faith and confidence in one's own mind in the three jewels, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, and the compassion for other beings, that is the spirit of the vow. If one has those two qualities, then anyone may receive the transmission. Now, no doubt everyone here has received the refuge vow at some point or another. But in the ceremony itself, there is again the taking of refuge, even though one may have taken it before with another teacher in another time. The reason why the ceremony includes the taking of the vow of refuge is because it is so important, because it is so fundamental to this attitude and to this transmission. Now, one doesn't have to go through the whole ceremony of having the hair cut and receiving a name and so forth as one did the first time, but nevertheless at this point one formally retakes one's vow of refuge as the first part of the ceremony. Because whether we're talking about the extensive activity or the profound insight lineage, there must be this basis of the taking of refuge, this faith and trust in the three jewels, in order that one opens oneself for the transmission of the blessing. During the ceremony, one should not consider that one is only in the presence of the particular teacher or spiritual friend who is giving the transmission. That is one aspect. There is the physical situation, which is that one is physically in the presence of someone who holds this lineage and is able to transmit it. The spiritual friend, who in the Mahayana sense is one's advisor, one's source of advice, and gives one teaching, in this case the transmission of the Bodhisattva vow. There is the spiritual situation as well, that one is also in the presence of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and that one should consider oneself in the presence of the sources of refuge, the three jewels and the three roots, all actually present in the space before one. So that during the ceremony there is not only the physical presence of the spiritual friend, there is the spiritual presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The first part of the ceremony is the taking of the vow of refuge, which is the introduction to and the basis or support for the Bodhisattva vow. So the ceremony begins with everyone rising and performing 3 prostrations to the throne in the presence of the teacher and in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and these 3 prostrations constitute the formal request. One is, as one prostrates, one is showing one's respect and asking for the transmission. Then after that one kneels in the traditional posture. The right knee is on the ground, the left knee is up, and the hands are folded during the recitation of the refuge vow.
上，那个干了，他们送给医生，现在干他们特别，现在特别严。
At this point, the spiritual friend says the words of the refuge vow, a few syllables at a time, and one repeats the syllables after the teacher. This refuge vow will be said a total of 3 times. The first recitation is done with the understanding that one is taking refuge, requesting the vow of refuge for the benefit of all beings. The second recitation, that one is making a connection that one intends to keep in the future, that one will not reject in the future, but will cherish as something precious. And the third recitation, with the understanding that completing this final recitation completes the transmission, and at that point one has received the vow of refuge. At this point one repeats one's name. Again, one's name at this point. Again, one's name. At this point, one should realize that one has received the transmission of the vow of refuge in the Mahayana tradition. So one can now sit as normal.
tene shin kupo ji za chapa ji tene pune shanchi de sanchi de damba ji na so yares tene da cha za nas da tene pe da wo yina tene so so ma chi yama de tene ma tene choma so da chana tene cha ji de dane ni ma ka shi tene kya cho de cha ba to dan dan pa le ka la so po ta bi chi mo san to ba ji so ya pa les tene da ta ma so tene ke lo ka ya ma re tene to san de san ji de na ro so in ja yi to cha ba ji na dan de ke les.
This brings us to the actual transmission of the Bodhisattva vow. In order to thoroughly prepare oneself to receive this transmission, it is necessary to generate a great deal of merit and awareness. Now, this quality of merit is something which has already been reinforced to a great extent, or we would not have the precious human rebirth that we do. The fact that we are in this superior state of rebirth means that there has been a great deal of merit and virtue in previous lifetimes, which has reinforced the positive karmic tendencies that led to this state of rebirth. But this is not something which stops at this point. It is something one continues to augment, continues to develop, particularly in the context of receiving the Bodhisattva vow. Eventually there will be 1,000 Buddhas that will appear during this kalpa, this particular age. 4 of them have already appeared, the Buddha Shakyamuni having been the 4th. In the case of each and every one of these Buddhas, at some point in the past, these beings first gave rise to bodhicitta, first gave rise to this thought of working for the benefit of all beings, and at some point formally took the Bodhisattva vow in the presence of the Buddha. And it is this which started them on the process of development that will result in their attaining enlightenment during this kalpa. Now, in the case of some of them, they were extremely wealthy and powerful individuals, like kings or rulers. And they would offer their entire kingdom. All of their power, all of their wealth, everything was offered in order to receive the Bodhisattva vow. Some of them were very poor and had nothing to offer but a handful of grass or a small bundle of firewood. But that was what they offered, and that was how they received the transmission of the Bodhisattva vow. It is the sincerity of heart that is important. In Tibet, it was the custom that when a group of people were interested in taking the Bodhisattva vow, they would get together for 3 days beforehand and spend those 3 days making offerings and prostrations, rendering service to the Sangha and so forth, to develop their merit and prepare them for receiving this transmission of the Bodhisattva vow. Now, obviously we can't cram 3 days of activity into one evening, but it is largely a mental attitude. And so one could perform the same kind of offerings and accumulate the same kind of merit through one's mind, through one's attitudes, and that is sufficient to prepare one for the Bodhisattva vow. At this point then, one still is considering oneself not only in the physical presence of the spiritual friend, the teacher who is bestowing the transmission of the Bodhisattva vow, but in the spiritual presence of the 3 jewels and the 3 roots, all of the sources of refuge gathered in an enormous assembly in the sky before one, in the space before one, and one meditates on the actual presence of the sources of refuge as well as the physical presence of the teacher. And it is in the presence of all of these sources of refuge that one proceeds to develop one's merit and awareness to prepare oneself for the Bodhisattva vow. At this point, the words that Rinpoche will be reciting is the ceremony of invitation, inviting the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the 3 jewels and the 3 roots, to be present during the ceremony. At this point, one meditates that in the presence of these sources of refuge, one first offers homage, which is shown physically through 3 prostrations, and mentally with the attitude of faith and devotion. So at this point, one then offers 3 prostrations to the physical presence of the teacher and the spiritual presence of the sources of refuge. The next stage is that of making offerings. And during the recitation that Rinpoche will be reciting, one can focus mentally upon this particular stage of making offerings. When we say making offerings, we can understand it on 3 levels. There is, of course, the material sense, where one offers actual flowers or candles or bowls of clear water or whatever on the shrine. This is one aspect of offering. Another aspect is the visualized or mental aspect of offering, which is really limited only by one's imagination. Anything worthy of offering can be mentally created. One can create a mental image of that and consider it an offering. One can meditate gods and goddesses, beautiful and handsome, emanating from oneself and carrying in their hands anything that is beautiful to look at, any sound that is beautiful to hear, any smell that is fragrant, any taste that is delicious, any texture that is soothing and gentle. All of this meditated or visualized aspect is a form of offering as well. And there's another aspect of offering which simply is considering the natural beauty that exists in the universe as an offering. The flowers and fruits, mountains, streams, forests, sunsets, and so forth. Anything which simply exists as part of this world we live in without being made by anyone in particular, without belonging to anyone in particular, simply there to be enjoyed. All of that can be considered an offering as well. So during this particular recitation, it is this concept of offering, material, visualized, and the offering of natural beauty, all of this that is taking place. And one's attitude in this sense is of making offerings of all of these things. At this point one meditates that in the presence of all of these sources of refuge, the three jewels and the three roots, one is acknowledging all of the faults and shortcomings, all of the negativity, all of the obscuration and ignorance and confusion that has been generated and developed in one's mind from beginningless time up to the present. All of this being the obstacle to one's attainment of enlightenment. At this point all of this is openly acknowledged and confessed. Having prepared oneself in this way with a profound development of one's merit and awareness, one is receptive to the Bodhisattva vow. First one should understand the context of the Bodhisattva vow. The Bodhisattva vow is concerned with the quality of mind that we term bodhicitta, the enlightening attitude. Now there are several aspects to this quality of bodhicitta. The first of these is an attitude of aspiration. It is the aspect of feeling in oneself that one is taking this vow, that one is practicing the Dharma, that one is engaging in whatever one does for the benefit of all beings. That basic aspiration is one kind of bodhicitta. Then there is the attitude of application, of actually carrying that through in daily activity, in meditation practice, in whatever one is doing. and the actual application of that, so that it is not simply one's aspiration, but one actually does it. One not only aspires to do it, but one actually does it. The actually doing is another aspect of bodhicitta, which is termed the aspect of application. So to begin with, it is important to understand that there are these two aspects. There is the aspiration to do something, in this case to work for the benefit of all beings, to enlighten all beings. And on the other hand, there is the actual application, to actually go about doing that. So, first and foremost, it's important to understand that there are these two aspects. And bodhicitta can be understood in two ways, as a kind of aspiration and as an application as well. To take a very simple example, perhaps one wants to go to India or some other country. First one thinks, I want to go to India. That's the aspiration. Then one goes about getting the money, getting the ticket, getting the visa and so forth to actually go there, and one actually starts on one's journey. That's the application. So there are the two aspects which are necessary in any action, and especially in this quality of bodhicitta, the aspiration to do something and the application of carrying it through. Another way to examine bodhicitta is to consider there is a relative aspect and an absolute or ultimate aspect. The first of these is compassion. The relative aspect of bodhicitta is the compassion that one develops towards all beings. The ultimate aspect is the experience of shunyata, or emptiness, the experience of the true nature of mind and all phenomena. Now, perhaps it might seem that one should first speak of the relative aspect, compassion, because this quality of compassion has an intensely purifying effect, and the more one generates this compassion for all beings, the more one is purifying one's mind of kalpas, of accumulated negativity and obscurations and confusion and so forth. And as this purification takes place, the mind becomes more able to see the true nature of mind itself, to see the nature of emptiness. So, on the one hand, it may be that one leads to the other. But we could also reverse that and say that to first understand the nature of mind is to have even more compassion for beings who do not understand that nature of mind, because one sees, as much as one realizes the nature of mind itself, one sees that it is the ignorance in the minds of other beings that prevents them from having that direct experience, which causes all of their suffering and confusion in the first place. So this gives rise to even greater compassion. So one can lead to the other, on the other hand, the other can lead to the first one. And so these two aspects, absolute and relative, are an aid one to the other and supportive one to the other. The ultimate or absolute aspect of bodhicitta is first and foremost the understanding of the nature of mind. The third Karmapa Rongjung Dorje, in one prayer, the Mahamudra prayer, said regarding the nature of mind, it does not exist because even the Buddha cannot see it. But on the other hand, it does not exist because it is the source of all samsara and nirvana. It is the foundation for all enlightened and unenlightened experience. But, he said, this is not a contradiction. To say that it neither exists nor does not exist is not a contradiction. It is at one and the same time existent and non-existent, without being one or the other. And this is what is known as the middle way, or the middle view, which avoids falling into the one extreme or the other. And so, in speaking of the nature of mind, emptiness, Rangjung Dorje spoke these words of the prayer, that one cannot say mind does exist because there's nothing there that one can see. On the other hand, it is the origin of samsara and nirvana. So to say that mind exists in a naive sense, or to say that it does not exist in a naive sense, are both incorrect statements. It is at one and the same time existent and non-existent. One could describe it in either way, and in fact it is neither of them. The only thing we can say is that mind is essentially empty. Once one has understood the nature of mind to be essentially empty, one experiences the projections and the appearances that present themselves to the mind as partaking of that same intangibility, that same emptiness. And this is what is meant when the texts speak of seeing all phenomena or experiencing all phenomena without attachment and without considering them to be ultimately real, but seeing them like the moon reflected in water. The image of the moon reflected in water is used because we have an example here, a very obvious example, of something which is and is not at the same time. Of course there's no moon in the water. No one would go looking for the moon in the water. But at the same time something is there. Something's perfectly apparent and easy to see. And in the same way, when we experience any phenomenon at all, we are experiencing something that is very apparent to the mind but doesn't have any ultimate reality of its own. One wouldn't go looking for anything that is really there, simply an appearance that appears to the mind very clearly due to a certain set of circumstances. And so one begins to experience the appearances and phenomena that the mind experiences as illusory or dreamlike. Now, as this realization of the nature of mind and the nature of phenomena begins to grow, so does one's compassion for other beings who lack that realization, because one sees that that lack of realization is the cause of so much suffering, so much confusion. Once one has seen the illusory nature of all experience and the empty nature of mind, there's no need to continue wandering in samsara, and there's no need to continue suffering and experiencing the consequences of that. But one's compassion for other beings who are still caught in that delusion increases automatically. There's no way that it cannot when one sees directly for oneself what the problem is. So therefore, with the development of this ultimate aspect of bodhicitta, the relative aspect of compassion develops automatically, spontaneously.
다시 해서 다 대답에 등하면 설정을 통해 일을 써나 그런 설정 라저 선이나 이제 시스템을 제공을 했어. 대답 단지 사고했어.
Regarding this quality of compassion, which is the relative aspect of bodhicitta, this term needs to be defined because it's very often misunderstood. It's oversimplified. Compassion is not particularly sitting and thinking, oh, you poor person, to another person, oh, you poor fellow. That's not necessarily compassion, particularly if you're somebody little and humble, looking up at somebody who's rich and powerful and influential and saying, oh, you poor person. It's kind of difficult to really give rise to sincere compassion. You don't really feel pity in that kind of situation because the person has all the advantages. That's not what compassion is based upon in this Buddhist sense of the word. What it is based upon is an understanding of the basic nature of sentient beings, big or small, high or low, whatever situation a being is in. There are some fundamental mistakes that we all make, that each and every being makes, that cause us suffering. The first of these is that we continue to experience a self or an ego as something real where there in fact is no such thing, ultimately speaking. Because of that, a great deal of our suffering develops. Because of this need to defend and protect the self that doesn't exist. Another way in which we suffer is by mistaking things which are only conventionally real for things which are ultimately real. All of our experiences are really like dreams or illusions. They have no ultimate reality because they do not last. They don't have any life of their own, so to speak. Just as a dream, when we wake up from a dream, the dream is finished. It had no ultimate reality. When we die, this world disappears. It had no ultimate reality. But we invest all of these things with some kind of ultimate reality in and of themselves, and we treat them as though they existed in and of themselves. That's another problem that we have. That's another source of a great deal of our suffering and confusion. And finally, we are continually regarding things which are impermanent as things which are permanent. All that we experience is impermanent, is unstable, is always changing and breaking down and fading away and dying and so forth. But we're always treating it as though it was absolutely stable, something we could depend upon. That's another source of our suffering. Now, once one has understood the basic situation of being a sentient being, an unenlightened being in samsara, then one has a basis for true compassion, because one's seen that the suffering arises from looking for a self where there is none, looking for truth where there is none, looking for stability and permanence where there is none. Those are the mistakes we make. Regardless of our particular situation, we all make those mistakes and we all suffer the consequences. Then one can really discover true compassion once one has understood how all beings make all of these mistakes. In addition, of all of these infinite numbers of beings in the 6 realms of samsaric existence, there is not a single one that has not been one's father or one's mother, one's parent at some point in some lifetime throughout this infinite cycle of rebirths. In fact, each and every single being has been one's parent not once but many times over. And the only problem is that our ignorance prevents us from seeing that. The parents do not recognize the children, nor the children their parents. That karmic connection is not seen because we are limited by our ignorance. But there is this connection. During the time of the Buddha, one of his most famous disciples was an arhat named Katyayana. And at one point Katyayana was out begging for his food one day, and he came to a house where there was a young woman sitting in the front yard, and she was holding her young baby in her lap, and she was eating a fish. And a female dog came along and started bothering her, could smell the fish. So the woman picked up the bones and the rest of the fish meat that she had not eaten and threw them at the dog and told the dog to get lost, to beat it, and started to scold the dog. And the dog, of course, was busy eating the fish and chewing on the bones. Now, Katyayana was realized to the point where he had some kind of clairvoyance or psychic power, and he could see the karmic connections that existed between these different individuals or these different beings. And what he saw was that the young woman's mother and father had died previously, and that the mind of her father had taken rebirth in this fish, in this rebirth as a fish. The mind of the mother as this female dog. And that her worst enemy, she had had someone in her life that she'd hated very much and who had had a great deal of anger towards her as well. And this person had died, and the consciousness of that person had been reborn, conceived as her child and reborn as her child. So when Katyayana saw this, he was completely appalled, and he said, to see someone eating their father's flesh, beating their mother, scolding their mother, and to watch a wife eating her husband's, chewing on her husband's bones, and to see somebody holding their worst enemy as though they loved them so dearly. He said, when I look at that, samsara is just so completely absurd. Through appreciating that all beings have been our parents, we have a basis for developing compassion. And when we understand the karmic process, we have even more of a basis for developing this compassion. One understands that the more powerful and the more influential someone is, the more worthy they are of your compassion. Because wherever there is power, there is corruption. It involves some kind of unskillful activity somewhere. It is very difficult to hold power purely. And what that person must do in order to maintain that power, to get that power and to maintain that power, is to create a lot of negative karma. Which means that in the future their mind will be pulled down by this negative karma towards some lower state of rebirth and further suffering, further confusion. So in the moment it might look like the person is doing fine, but actually when one sees the karmic situation, one understands that they're very worthy of one's compassion. The same can be said for wealth, because wherever there is wealth, there is greed. It is very difficult to have wealth and to keep wealth without being greedy or avaricious. During the time of the Buddha, there was a monk in the region of what is now called Varanasi or Benares in India, who had absolutely no interest in worldly wealth, was completely committed to his spiritual practice, but was given at one point a fabulous gem, beautiful jewel that was worth a fortune, the answer to anybody's dream. And this monk thought, well, I don't need this, I don't have any use for this kind of thing, I should give it to somebody who really can use it. And so he started thinking, there were a lot of poor people in the area, a lot of beggars, a lot of paupers, people who didn't have any wealth at all, and he kept trying to decide who would be the best person to give it to. And he really couldn't decide, and so he went to the Buddha, who was staying in that area, and he said, I found this, or I've been given this fabulous gem, but I don't really need it, I don't really want it, and I want to give it to someone who really needs it. Tell me the person who needs this wealth the most. Tell me the person who really has the need. And the Buddha said, give it to King Saja. And the monk thought this was very strange because King Saja was the wealthiest person in the whole area. He had more wealth and power than anybody could dream of. The last thing he needed was one more gem. But the Buddha said, no, I insist, give it to King Saja. You said, give it to the person who needs it the most. So the monk thought, well, the Buddha must know what he's talking about, and he went and he gave this jewel to the king. And the king was very surprised to find this Buddhist monk giving him this incredible jewel, and he said, where did you come by this jewel? What are you giving it to me for? And the monk said, well, it was given to me, but I don't really need it. And I asked the Buddha who would need it the most, and he said to give it to you. So the king was rather puzzled at this, and he went to the Buddha for a personal audience, and he went into the Buddha's presence, and he said, one of your monks just came and gave me this incredible jewel. And he said that you had told him to give it to me because I was the one who needed it most. And I'm wondering if you can straighten this whole thing out and tell me what's going on. And the Buddha said, well, of course you're the one who needs it the most. You're the most wealthy, but you're also the most greedy person in this area. All that this wealth has done has made you greedy and avaricious, and all you want is more and more and more. You don't have any contentment. So when he asked me in this situation, I took him literally. The person who needs it the most is you. So just because a person is wealthy does not mean that they're in a good position. Because in getting that wealth and in keeping that wealth, a great deal of negative karma can be generated. Which means that just because a person is powerful, just because a person is wealthy, seems to be superior in the ordinary sense of the word, doesn't mean that that person isn't worthy of one's compassion. In fact, even more than ordinary people, those kind of people are worthy of our compassion.
다시 좀 저항도 하는 법이라서 다들 선제한테 변화도 되면서 그 다시 한번 이제 변화도 잘 터치 컨트롤 상태라서
All beings experience a subtle level of suffering, which is the suffering of simply being alive, of simply having a physical body. This in itself constitutes a form of suffering that one cannot escape from. This is something which all beings are subject to. In addition, depending on the particular realm of existence in which the mind takes physical form, there are specific sufferings that are predominant. In hell realms, these are the suffering due to intense heat and intense cold. In the Preta realm, that due to hunger and thirst and deprivation. In the animal realm, there's the main suffering of predation, of one species eating another, and the continual struggle for survival. In the human realm, there are the sufferings of birth, of aging, of sickness, and of death. In the realm of the demigods, there is the suffering due to quarrel and fighting continually. And in the gods' realms, there is the suffering due to the fall from that state of splendor when the karma exhausts itself and the mind must fall to some lower state of rebirth. In particular, in the human realm, there is suffering due to the human condition, which is, on the one hand, a sense of restlessness, a continual busyness or restlessness, and on the other hand, a sense of deprivation, a sense of something missing, which we as human beings all experience. There is always the feeling, I need something else. This isn't good enough. I don't have enough to eat, or I don't have a nice enough place to live, or I don't have a good enough this or that. There's always something else one wants. Something that it just isn't enough. We aren't satisfied. There's that, and then there's also the activity and the restlessness and the kind of neurotic behavior that we go through trying to satisfy all of those needs. And that is a real cause of suffering for human beings. That kind of neurotic, restless activity and that sense of want, that sense of need that is basic, seems basic or fundamental to being human. But in order to develop compassion for all beings, it's necessary to understand the sufferings that all beings are undergoing, to understand that beings are in pain, that there is this kind of suffering going on. Each and every being is in the same position. Each and every being wants to be happy. To be alive is to want to be happy, to attain some kind of happiness. But the causes of happiness are virtuous activity and positive activity that reinforces positive karmic tendencies. And that's not something that very many beings at all understand. In the same way, no being wants to be unhappy. No being really is doing anything than trying to avoid suffering and to attain happiness. But the causes of suffering and frustration are negative action, unvirtuous action, which reinforces negative karmic tendencies. And again, this is not something that most beings understand. So the situation is one where what we want and what we do in order to achieve it are in direct contradiction to one another. We simply do not understand how to achieve the happiness that we want, and instead we create all kinds of circumstances for further confusion and further suffering. So our action is at direct odds to our goal. Now, in all of these ways, one develops one's compassion for other beings. And when one develops this compassion and one truly wishes to help other beings, one realizes that the only way one's going to do that is to attain enlightenment oneself. Because right now one simply doesn't have the insight, one doesn't have the skill, one doesn't have the ability to help other beings on a very effective level. The more one attains towards enlightenment and realization, the more effective one becomes in helping others. So that is one's motivation for seeking enlightenment. That is one's motivation for practicing Dharma. That is one's motivation for taking the Bodhisattva vow. Because one is intent upon giving rise to this compassion and carrying it through in all kinds of Bodhisattva activity. Vast ocean of Bodhisattva activity, taking oneself and all beings towards enlightenment. That should be the motivating factor for one receiving the vow tonight. The actual ceremony begins again with 3 prostrations, which is one's sign of respect and also one's request for the ordination, for the vow. As one thinks to oneself, I am taking this Bodhisattva vow, I am requesting and receiving it, not only for my own benefit, but to attain enlightenment for the benefit of all beings. Again, one kneels with the right knee down and the left knee up and the hands folded. During this recitation, one's attitude is that just as the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the past gave rise to bodhicitta, gave rise to this quality, and undertook this Bodhisattva vow, that one is following in this example and that one is doing the same. And that furthermore, just as the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas did not simply take the vow but actually applied it in all of their Bodhisattva activity, working for the benefit of other beings in many ways, one is intent upon applying this as well. So there is not only an aspiration involved here during the recitation, but also the promise to oneself to actually apply this attitude in what one does.
Sanje dong, Chanche samba, Tamche dala, Gonsa sol, Flopen dala, Gonsa sol, Da Ming de.
One repeats one's name at this point.
She Jue Jong, De Dene Sumpe, Jise Shangchu, Ning Po La, Chiche Badu, Chitara Ngunji De Shek Chi, Shangchu Tudne Che Pa Dam, Janchu Tsembe Papa La, Deda Rinji Ne Pa Tar, Dejan Drola Bendundu, Janchu Tsemne Che Ji Shin, Dejan Dunle Lapa Laum, Rimba Jindu Lapa Ji.
During the second recitation, one's attitude is that in taking the Bodhisattva vow, one intends to keep it. One intends to respect this in the future and not reject the connection that one has made.
Shojana Jupe, Sanje Dong, Chanchu Semba, Tamche Dala, Gongsu So, Lopen Dala, Gongsu So, Da Ming De. 谢觉为中，度的内松的，即是相助，宁波拉，切切巴德，杰德拉恩杰的谢切，相助特内切巴东，相助三贝拉巴拉，德达人杰内巴达。대신罗拉本等的，上车森的切结心，대신的哈巴拉翁，人把真的哈巴人吉。
The third and final recitation is undertaken with the attitude that this completes the transmission, and one should have it very clear in one's mind that once one has finished reciting the words of the prayer after the teacher, that in the physical presence of the spiritual friend and in the spiritual presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and the sources of refuge, one has completely received the transmission of the Bodhisattva vow. This conviction is quite important.
说真那觉得，
三界东，长久三宝，三界到了，公司所，罗本到了，公司所，大明的，谢觉为中，度的内松的。即是相助，宁波拉，切切巴德，杰德拉恩杰的谢切，将车特内切巴东，将车三贝拉巴拉，德达人间的巴达，德贤多拉本等图，将车三内切切心。대신 눈을 하바라오 림바 신두 라바란지.
At this point one should feel that one actually has received the transmission of the Bodhisattva vow in the physical presence of the teacher and the spiritual presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas.
레소
저런 지라 정치선을 담고 더 중성 뭐 말이 나는데 대화나고 때 저러고 거치면 쳐서 내리는 전에 소재에서 정치선을 잘해서 다시 다 분치 정치선이고 나 거의 뭐 정치선을 잘몰라 조금만 정치선을 하루도 뭐 둘러서 저게 있었네 제디고.
During the following recitation, one should have this kind of attitude. One understands that one has received the Bodhisattva vow, and one understands that this is the kind of this has affected a kind of significant change in one. This has really made one's human existence truly meaningful. One is now a Bodhisattva. One is a son or a daughter of the Buddha. And one is attempting to live up to this ideal of the Bodhisattva, one who works for the benefit of all beings as best as possible. So that one is committing oneself to always practice and always behave in a way which is in the spirit, in accordance with the spirit of this Bodhisattva vow, and not to go against it and not to behave in ways which go against the vow, which harm other beings and create suffering and confusion. So during the following recitation, there is this recognition on one's part that a very significant change has taken place. One has received this Bodhisattva vow in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. One is now a Bodhisattva, and one is committed to behaving in a way that is fit for a Bodhisattva to behave.
Indu datse drebu ye,
是把来把头，
mi sipa leprato,
人所见日所现，
derin sanje risoche,
色所大天就，
sanje seso da denju,
道与这人中，
tane daki chine chang,
没有来中的，
rikdan tumbe le tsamde,
准备人的啦，
chenme tsumbe rikde la,
把门的在大了下，
nyopa minjo de tal cha.
好的，确实叫我这种就把面这种真是也把闹通，好的饿了就把面是也把团结了。等结论呢，就是我世界团结了，那么第二个单独，选举的三些从上3年，马路开始有。
At this point, the teacher calls the attention of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and calls the attention of worldly gods and nagas who have sufficient insight to call witness to the fact that one has received the Bodhisattva vow. So at this point, the teacher recites a prayer which confirms, in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and even of these samsaric beings who support one's spiritual practice, the teacher calls attention to the fact that one has received the Bodhisattva vow and confirms this.
说将来就被从这多就咱现在那个当你这跳那就推着往前的大家那拉工作咯，听到各把都天面就普通不满的那就刚才讲过马路把电话都转。 대화도마소제저 공부와 깨끗한 데서 주저 살모제 제발하나 투전 장마라도 소 다도 계속 보게 그러면 손제도 정치 삼아탄지 결혼모지 정치도 산세는 정치선을 다들 주바데 그 서로 특례 같은 뭐 신송 대마저 저도 철학은 특례 같은 제선 작게서 produce During
the following recitation, one should feel that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, through their omniscience and compassion, are aware of this step that one has taken. They are aware of the commitment that one has made to the Bodhisattva vow. And this is pleasing in the eyes of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And one comes under their protection and their compassionate guidance at this point. One also feels that the gods and nagas of samsara who support spiritual practice are, in their own limited way, aware of one's intentions, and in a certain sense one comes under their protection as well on a more mundane level.
Dagi derin chopa tamche che, Chenga rowa deshe nidane, Dadan rola dundu zezenji, Ladan lame laso gawaranji.
During the following recitation, one is offering prayers of aspiration and supplication in recognition of the fact that one is now a bodhisattva, a masculine or feminine bodhisattva who has embarked on this path of the bodhisattva. One aspires to give rise to bodhicitta where one has not given rise to it before, to preserve the bodhicitta that one has already given rise to, and to continue to develop that which exists so that it becomes deeper and richer. One is aspiring to always conduct oneself in a manner worthy of a bodhisattva, to fulfill the intentions of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas through one's spiritual activity. and to lead all sentient beings to complete enlightenment. Choncho Semne Rinpoche Mache Panam Chejirachi Cheba Nyamba Meba Dong Gonde Gondo Pelwaracho Choncho Semda Mindra Ching Choncho Chola Showa Dong Sanje Namje Yonzo Ching Tejin Rola Pendund Choncho Semne Cheji Ching Deshin Duna Hapa Lam Sanje Namje Yonzo Ching Deje Lenam Pongwara Sho Choncho Semba Namjini Gombo Duna Gondo Sho Gombo Yene Gongomba Semchen Namla Denjo Sho Semchen Tamche Dedan Denjo Chi Nyendro Tanche Tatu Tomba Sho Choncho Semba Ganda Sarjo Pa Deda Kenje Mula Drupara Sho Shenzhen Tamche Dewa Dam Dura Dudan Dembara Joji Dunga Dan Dunga Ji Judan Drawara Joji Dunga Mebe Dewa Damba Dan Drawara Joji Nidan Chache Nidan Drawe Tonyan Chembola Nepara Juruchi
전체적으로 담아 양을 째대 사제를 동하고 사제가 이상한 담아나 사제를 동하고 사제를 동하고 사제들이 담아나 다른 소소 못할 자 그래서 이제 나로 드라이 ela pega o peixe muito, né, para todo o peixe muito são, nessa parte do não toda essa parte, daí a gente precisa né, sempre fazer cada coisa na área, ela não só está utilizando, né, não passa isso, mas cada vez sempre não é que mamãe nossa, né, acho 치세다 뭐냐 치세 이제 이제 피나 좋으나 담아 나서 내 진짜로 그냥 말로 다 문제도 사 실제로 그것도 신소나 나서는 작가구나 담아 설치해야
One has now received the Bodhisattva vow. There are two basic ways in which one breaks one's Bodhisattva vow, or could break one's Bodhisattva vow. The first of these is what is termed mentally abandoning a sentient being. And the second of these is termed giving rise to an attitude which is against the spirit of the Bodhisattva vow. Now, to explain these, in the first case, it is not a case of one mentally rejecting or abandoning all beings, but even one. In any case where one decides about another being, that's my enemy. That person has nothing good for me and I have nothing good for them. If there's ever a chance to help them, I won't lift a finger. If there's ever a chance to save them from any trouble, I won't lift a finger. I don't care about that person, I don't want anything to do with them, and I don't want any goodness between us. I don't want to help them, I don't want to protect them from harm. If one gives rise to that kind of attitude towards another being, one has broken one's Bodhisattva vow. This is what is known as mentally abandoning a being, simply rejecting a being. One wants nothing to do with that being. One doesn't want to help that being at all. That is one way one can break one's Bodhisattva vow. The other way is if one loses one's courage. While one is practicing, one perhaps becomes discouraged. And one feels at a certain point, well, this is impossible. I can't work for the benefit of all beings. I'd better just work for my own benefit. I better take things much smaller scale. Let's forget about other beings and I'll just work for my own benefit. That is contrary to the spirit of one's Bodhisattva vow. At that point, one has broken again one's commitment. Now, in the case of the Bodhisattva vow, it is possible to purify oneself and to reinstate the vow in its purity. But what is important is to be very honest with oneself. Within a period of just a few hours, even 3 or 4 hours, one should be aware of such an attitude when it has arisen. If one has given rise to that kind of negative attitude towards another being, or if one has given rise to that kind of weak-spirited, discouraged attitude towards one's spiritual practice, one should recognize it and be honest with oneself and say, this is not appropriate. For someone who's taken the Bodhisattva vow, this kind of attitude is simply not appropriate. I won't do this again. And just openly acknowledge it, completely purify oneself of it, vowing never to do it again, and reinstate one's original commitment. I will work for the benefit of all beings, for that being, for all beings. If one can develop that kind of attitude within a reasonably short period of time, then one's vow is not, it is broken, but it is not completely terminated. It is not completely broken. One can always repair it. In order to preserve one's bodhisattva vow and in order to develop it and enrich it, there are many kinds of advice which are given in the traditional texts. There are 4 basic attitudes which one should encourage in oneself if one's going to keep this vow and develop it. There are 4 kinds of attitudes that one should avoid. There are 18 root commitments, there are 46 branch commitments, and so forth. One could examine it in a great deal of detail, far more than we have time for tonight. However, the Venerable Dragyap Rinpoche lives close by, and also the center itself is hosting many teachers who come through, and one can always ask these teachers when there is more time for a more elaborate discussion of the nature of the Bodhisattva vow and the way in which one goes about preserving it and developing it. This would be quite useful, as a matter of fact, for people who are interested in understanding more about how this vow is preserved and how it is developed. In general, it could be said that the Hinayana level of practice and the Hinayana vows are to make one's life as harmless as possible, so that any action that is harmful or any action that could ever be the basis for harm to other beings is being eliminated from one's life. On the other hand, the Bodhisattva vow, the Mahayana ordination and discipline, is to make oneself as helpful as possible, so that everything that one does is helpful or is a source of help and benefit to others. And on the Vajrayana or Tantric level, one is concerned with seeing the identity of samsara and nirvana, of seeing the ultimate nature of reality. That's probably as concise as we could say it in examining the different levels of practice. On the Mahayana level of the Bodhisattva vow, which we were concerned with this evening, this quality of loving kindness and compassion is very important. One technique that one can use in meditation to embellish this and develop this compassion is what is called Tonglen in Tibetan, which literally means sending and taking. This is an attitude that one develops towards other beings of sharing one's virtue, one's joy, one's happiness, all that one experiences that is positive, one's merit, all of this is, as it were, sent out mentally to other beings and shared with other beings. And the suffering and pain and confusion and negativity of other beings is taken on oneself. So in order to develop one's compassion, this technique of tonglen, of sending the positive and taking on the negative, is a very important one to help one develop this quality of compassion. The ceremony concludes with again 3 prostrations. This time one is expressing one's gratitude for the transmission that has taken place. One is showing the teacher one's gratitude for receiving the Bodhisattva vow. At the same time, the teacher will be saying prayers, Rinpoche will be saying prayers for the benefit of all concerned, with the very sincere hope and best wishes that each and every one of us can become a Bodhisattva in the true sense of the word. So, if people will take their seats again, Rinpoche will give the lung the transmission for the Ngundro practices. The first part of the text is concerned with what are called the ordinary preliminaries, or the common preliminaries. These are the 4 thoughts which turn the mind towards the practice of Dharma: the precious human birth, death and impermanence, the cause and effect relationship of the karmic process, and the sufferings of samsara. These are common to all the 4 schools of Tibetan Buddhism and to all traditions of Buddhism. They are called, therefore, the common or ordinary foundations or preliminaries. The special preliminaries, the prostrations and the taking of refuge and so forth, are slightly different in the different schools because of the slightly different lineages that are being prayed to or invoked and so forth. For example, in this particular case of the Karjupa preliminary practices, it describes the lineage that one visualizes, for example, when one is taking prostrations, and rather taking refuge and doing prostrations. In the center of the visualization is one's own root guru in the form of the Dharmakaya aspect, Vajradhara. And above one's guru's head, one's own guru's guru. And above that guru's head, that guru's guru, and so forth, up to the original Dharmakaya aspect, which was the original inspiration for the whole lineage. And so from Vajradhara to the Bodhisattva Lodar Rinchen, to Maitripa, to Tilopa, Naropa, Marpa, Milarepa, and Gampopa, and so forth, down to, in the case of the main Kargyu lineage, down to the 16th Gyawakarmapa, Rongjung Rigpe Dorji, the late Gyawakarmapa. Now, that is the main focus of the visualization, this main axis, so to speak, the mainstream transmission of the Kargyu lineage of Mahamudra teachings. However, there is a factor which distinguishes this practice from all other practices, and those of you who have read the book called The Torch of Certainty, which has been translated into English as The Torch of Certainty and also into French, and which was written by the great Jamgon Kongtrul Rinpoche, Lodro Tai, you'll be aware of the fact that this practice is something which goes beyond the main Kargyu lineage, that there is it is not simply this lineage, this is simply the central lineage that one is focusing on, but one is not excluding the others.
Jalama ozon tapa yatsen to Kakaden, Kajus, Landa Kajusinares, the land of the Jefata Sacharis, then John to the Lamachiaris, the John Nakatavapa, the Jetaran philosopher Jepares, and then Shajit to the Lamachiaris, the Patamata Mala Gen to Jepares, Chiru to the Lamachiaris, the Nagachilas, Shumakaji to Lamaris. In
this text, one can see that while this central lineage of the Kargyu school is described, it is also mentioned that the gurus of other lineages are surrounding this central lineage in the visualization. The gurus of the Mahaati transmission of the Nyingmapa school, all of the scholars and yogis who have appeared in that lineage. The gurus of the Kadampa school, beginning with Atisha. The gurus of the Gadenpa or Gelugpa school, beginning with Tsongkhapa. The gurus of the what is called the Lamdre transmission, which is the Sakyapa school. The gurus of the Jonangpa lineage. The gurus of the teachings known as Shije and Chu, the teachers of the Shamba Karju and the 6 doctrines of Nigama, and so forth. All of the main 8 transmissions of Buddha Dharma in Tibet are mentioned and are included in the visualization, and one takes refuge in all of these. The reason why this is presented in this way is because while one is going to have a particular connection with a particular lineage that arises from previous karmic connections, one should respect all lineages. And so while one may have a particularly strong connection with one lineage, which is the most important one for one personally, this does not mean that the one does not respect the other lineages of Dharma. And so for this reason, the meditation is presented in this way. At the end of the section of the taking of refuge, which is done with the prostrations, there is a section known as the taking of the Bodhisattva vow. These are the words that we use tonight during the ceremony, and so after every session of taking refuge and doing prostrations, one recites the words of the vow over again 3 times and retakes the Bodhisattva vow. So ideally one could be doing this on a daily basis, continually retaking one's Bodhisattva vow. Samudra Sakarana Samaya Manda Samvadevu Tuzandeje Kumbado Bado Sivamudru Namka Yamdero Gyawa Chunze Dake Chisava Tamje Come on,
Wenn jetzt noch der Wunsch besteht, einen Kata zu opfern, ist jetzt Gelegenheit dazu.
Sama tepe yang bejan kangkung legi digi paje tepe namjo dani je tam tepe samba lupa sho lala sanje legi nega pade je veje jamba nama kozon je se jamba dowa janje mi je ne tenjen doya lamai doya dun lam kan doba tera sanje dagi